Hello, my crocodilian crewmates and reptilian renegades. Since this is the first episode of the Kremling Kronology, I wanted to record a little intro for anyone who might be stumbling upon this video on YouTube. My name's Courtney, and I've been a fan of Donkey Kong Country for almost my entire life, since I was a tiny child in the mid-90s. But more specifically, my favorite thing about the series has always been not the heroes, but the original villains. I've adored and been fascinated by the Kremlings for as long as I can remember. They're truly my favorite fictional species in all of video games, the reason crocodiles are my favorite animals, and the origin of my obsession with pirates, among other things. As much as I love the Kongs and the animal buddies, it's no exaggeration to say that K. Rool and his militaristic minions were the actual heart of the franchise as far as I was concerned. The true narrative thrust of the Donkey Kong series from DKC to DK64, and even some of the post-Rare buyout games, was learning more about them in each new adventure, and seeing them change and face consequences as an army and an entire civilization. I truly believe now, as I've always believed, that they are unique and special among video game baddies, not just in their in-game evolution, but beyond the fourth wall as well. Now, my brain really picked an interesting thing to imprint on, because being a lifelong fan of these reptiles has been a painful and sometimes hopeless journey, as you might know. But it's one that, at least in our current moment, has a happy ending, with an exciting and hopeful future. And as much as I've played and enjoyed, or even loved, every single Donkey Kong game, regardless of whether there was a crocodile in sight, something has been missing from my life for a long time. So, implied spoilers for Donkey Kong Bonanza incoming, and those will come up again and again throughout the entire stream series, so I don't really recommend you watch any of these videos if you don't want frank discussion about Bonanza and what happens at the end of it. The point is, Bonanza gave me the strong urge to revisit the entire history of the Kremlings as we get to witness it, and in the process, introduce other people to my favorite crocodiles, and learn anything about them that I didn't already know. What started as an idea to give structure to my Twitch stream has evolved into much more than that. It's evolved into a true fandom research project, and a communal one at that. Not only will I be beating every game that has even so much as a single Kremling in it, I'll also be looking at other official materials such as player's guides, novelizations, comics, Nintendo powers, and of course instruction manuals. The idea is to immerse ourselves as much as possible in what it felt like to play these games when they came out, and over time, come to learn the story of the Kremlings as it was built upon and revealed to us. What I've already learned just from the first couple of sessions is that, despite originally being created for another project, the Kremlings were never an afterthought when it came to introducing the bold new world of Donkey Kong Country to the public. They were as charismatic as they were intimidating, snatched from other game ideas, and crafted into the perfect antagonists for Kong's society. They were an integral part of Donkey Kong Country's DNA, an important part of selling this world to new players, and I wasn't wrong or crazy for thinking that, and they're still important now. If you think so too, you can click the link in the video description to learn more about the project, and also follow the link to my Twitch if you want to join me for future streams. I tend to do them on Fridays or Saturdays. This is a community undertaking, and it will also be a long journey, so if you love Kremlings and K. Rool, or you just want to learn more about them, I'd love to have you along for this rickety ride. Without further ado, the video you're about to watch is a stream that was recorded on December 5th, 2025. Enjoy. Okay, well, it was probably good that it took like 20 minutes for me to actually get stuff together so that people could, people could actually see my announcement and get here. It was all according to plan. I'm drinking a homemade Coke slushie right now. It's like an icy, by the way. So if you see me really like sucking on it, it's because it's pretty frozen. Okay, let me get the music back on here. I'm going to turn it down a bit so I can talk over it. This is the OC Remix Donkey Kong Country album. You know what? I think I should probably just put on the music of the actual game, maybe, even though we're going to be hearing that a lot later. But I think it's a little more like ambient, so it might be a little better for talking over. Plus, it'll make Victor happy because he doesn't like remixes, so we're just gonna go to the actual soundtrack. All right. Are characters like Rambi and Naughty sapient? Well, that's something that we can discuss over time. I personally like to believe that just about every animal in the Donkey Kong Country series can talk, but, apparently in the fandom that's not a super popular position, and it's like, oh, only the Kongs and the Kremlings can talk, and maybe some others, like the ones in Bonanza, all the different intelligent species, but like Rambi can't talk, and Naughty's possibly can't talk, and I'm like, no, everybody can talk. This is like a world of funny cartoon animals. Everyone should be able to talk. That's what I think. But, some people don't like having any fun. Alright, so, before we get started here, I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the Donkey Kong discourse of the, like, who in this universe is allowed to actually talk. And I think for a lot of people it comes down to have they ever talked in a game, because you don't see, like, any of the animal buddies talk except for Squawks, who is a parrot, so that makes sense, and, well, Tox, who is also a parrot. So, like, you know, if you don't want to count the novelizations, which we will be reading again, and maybe some other stuff, where Rambi is very sophisticated and talkative, then, you know. But depends on what you want to take as influencing your canon. Alright, so, put that tangent aside for now. And I wanted to kind of introduce, because this project, you know, I want it to be a community project and, you know, kind of like just a neutral look at all of this stuff. But I also want it to be a personal project, so a lot of this is going to tie back into my own experiences with this series over time, so, you know, I figure if you're going to be watching me as a streamer, you're probably at least a little bit interested in my own story with it all. So, I wanted to talk about my story with Donkey Kong Country a little bit, just to set the scene, and set the scene for what we're going to be doing here today, specifically. So, we'll get into it, Jero. For now, I'm going to talk about the real world. By the way, I still have my DK64 nails from last week because I was going to take them off. I was going to take the color off today, but I didn't have any time, so... You know, I've actually been out and done stuff while wearing these and no one asked me what the random colors were about, and I'm glad, because I would have been honest, but I'm glad I didn't have to explain. It's because I painted my nails for a 15-hour stream of an N64 game, so I'm glad I didn't have to actually explain that, but... Alright, so when I was 3 years old, it was 1994 when this game came out, and that's when I got my Super Nintendo. But I did not get Donkey Kong Country that year. I got Super Mario World. That was my first... It wasn't technically my first video game, because we had an Atari 2600, but I consider Super Mario World my first video game, because it was, like, the first game that I actually enjoyed. Like, it wasn't just a bunch of little pixel blocks shooting at each other and stuff. It was like, oh, there are characters, and, you know, there are, like, funny little cartoon creatures in there, and this is... You know, this is actually, like, something that I would actually be engaged with instead of just something that was mystifying and shapes and colors for my little baby brain. So, Super Mario World, essentially my first video game. And then, pretty soon after that, I got Kirby's Dream Course, which, as you may know, I still love. Is my favorite Kirby game, and the only golf game that I love. And then, I got Super Mario All-Stars at some point pretty soon. But then, a couple years... after that, so 1996, because it was the year DKC 3 came out, so sometime like early mid 1996, my parents decided to finally rent this game that was all the rage, and that game was called Donkey Kong Country. And when I saw this game when I would have been like 4 going into 5, something like that, this blew my mind. So, you know, I had loved the Mario games I'd played and Kirby and other stuff that we'd rented and things like that, but this was like something else. So I was actually listening to the conversation about like when they unveiled Donkey Kong Country at the Summer Consumer Electronics Show in 1994. So it was just sort of them talking about like the exhibits they had at this trade show, and they had this like insane skit that went along with it that was like very like inside baseball, like marketers talking about stuff, but they also pretended to be that they were on some safari out into the jungle to find like new video games. Anyway, apparently Donkey Kong Country blew people away back in the day. Like, you know, this was sort of what started to turn the tide back in Nintendo's favor in the Nintendo Sega console wars, because everybody was impressed with Sonic and everything, and they thought that Nintendo was for babies, but when people saw Donkey Kong Country, they sat up and listened. So, yeah, Jim, you were on that episode. It was really good. I love that episode a lot. Like, for just a 2-hour episode, it was, like, so packed with, like, insight, and I really loved listening to it. But the same thing happened to me. So, when people in 1994 saw Donkey Kong Country, they were wowed. And when I was, like, 4 or 5 years old, saw Donkey Kong Country, the exact same thing happened. It was, like, I had never seen anything like this before. It blew my mind. I was like, this is, like, the next level of video games compared to everything I had seen at that point. So, it's kind of fun to think that the same thing that sort of happened on a, like, wider video gaming societal scale happened to me just in the same way, even though I was completely oblivious about it because I was just, like, a little babby who was just sort of coming into my own and coming into consciousness. But yeah, so I had that same experience of being, like, instantly captivated the instant I saw this game, and being like, there is a whole world in there. There is a, like, the animation and like, the, not just, like, the animation of the characters, but the subtle things of, like, the little butterflies and stuff, and just, like, the sunsets and everything. It's like, this world is alive here in this game. Like, beyond the screen is like, this jungle and these caves and these mountains and factories and stuff. It's like they're really in there, and these characters are alive to me, and it was like the first game I had really played that sort of set my imagination on fire in that particular way, whereas other games I had played so far were just like, yeah, it's a, you know, Mario, he's cute and running around on the screen, but, like, nothing had really sucked me in and absorbed me in the way that the Donkey Kong Country had. So I loved everything about it, and as some of you may know, my parents rented this game, but they did not buy it, and I insisted on having it, basically, but it wasn't until Christmas of that year that they decided to get the new Donkey Kong Country that had just come out instead of getting the first one, because obviously the new one's going to be better, right? So, as some of you may know, Donkey Kong Country 3 is the first DKC game that I actually owned, making DKC 2 the actual last one that I played. But we will get into that in future sessions, because right now we're just going to leave it at DKC. I actually didn't own DKC itself for quite a few years down the line. Like, we rented it several times, and I think, you know, we played it to completion, like, we beat it, but I didn't actually own the cartridge of it until, I want to say, like, the GameCube was just starting to come out. Because my local video game, we had, like, this, like, local video game store instead of actually having a Blockbuster or anything. And by the time the GameCube was coming out, they were trying to get rid of some of their, like, SNES games because no one was renting them anymore, so they were just selling them off for cheap. So my cartridge of Donkey Kong Country, which I will show you in a bit, has a tag on it still, like a barcode, which I'll probably have to censor because it would, like, dox my hometown, I guess, maybe, but it still has, like, a barcode on it from my rental place in my hometown, and it also has the signature of Kev Bayless, so it has both of those things. Also, hi, China. How's it going? But, yeah, so that is basically the story of how I first played Donkey Kong Country and fell in love with it and fell in love with the series, which we'll elaborate on in future sessions. But when it comes to my relationship with the Kremlings, it's kind of interesting because, like, you know, I talked about, like, Mario and Kirby and stuff being other series that I had exposure to before. And I liked Bowser, you know, Bowser's cool. I liked Koopas, I don't know, I always sort of had this interest in the enemies of a video game because I found that they generally had, like, cool designs and stuff, but I didn't really think too much about them or think that I would ever, like, be endeared to them on the same level as the heroes, because they're the bad guys, of course. And, like, Mario World, I really liked Yoshi, you know, so, like, sure, the enemies had cool designs, but so did Yoshi. I loved Yoshi. And, like, you know, but this was the first time I had ever played a video game where I had this thought, little 4 or 5-year-old me, where I thought, I think I like the villains better than I like the heroes. They're cooler. They're just designs, I love them. I just find them more interesting. So not just the Kremlings themselves, but, every member of the crew, naughties, armies, zingers, that sort of thing. But this strange thing happened to me back when I was just a little tiny girl, where I said, I like the villains better. It was a weird thing to realize, but I realized it pretty much right off the bat. And it's kind of funny because, so for the Designing for K. Rool video, which most of you have probably seen, you know that I have some snippets in there talking about K. Rool, but Pierre talked to me for like 3 hours. Like, he interviewed me, and I just talked for like so long about my whole life history with all this stuff. It was great. It was so much fun. But when he was asking me about like DKC specifically, the first game, and my first reactions to a lot of the stuff, it was kind of hard to remember. He was like, so what did you think when you first saw King K. Rool? Like, what did you think when you saw the credits fake out? And I was like, I was babby. I was like 4 or possibly 5. I don't remember. So I can't really tell you like the exact specifics of how I felt. I don't really remember that well. I just remember being like, wow, I love all of this. And the big crocodile man is funny. I like when he looks at the camera and makes like a goofy face. I like when he throws his crown. I like when he falls over, he's like, onk! And I like when he does his little finger twitchies. Those are pretty much my thoughts at the time. They weren't super sophisticated when I was that young, but, obviously I wasn't fighting him, but I was watching my dad, because my dad definitely was able to beat this game. Probably not the first time we rented it, I don't think, but maybe the second or third time we rented it. I saw him get all the way to the end and stuff. And I was like, I like that guy. Wait, hold on. I was like, I like that guy. This guy. So pretty much the first time I saw him, I was like, that guy's my favorite. But it is pretty hard, again, to remember specifics and really develop, like, a very detailed description of how I felt at the time, because it was just kind of the vague, like, first impressions, like, the things that really grab you when you're a kid just for really simple reasons, just because their design just is so expressive and endearing to you and just happens to hit you just right when you're a kid. And but it's kind of hard to like go into more detail beyond that. When we get into some other games, the further we go, the more I'll have to say about like, oh, I remember when I first saw this as a kid, or even, as a teenager or whatnot, like, this is exactly how I felt, and this is how I felt leading up to it and whatnot. But when it comes to DKC itself, it's kind of hard for me to get into specifics of my first reactions to stuff because I was so young. It's hard to remember, but yeah, that's pretty much my story, and it's fun to talk about, but even though I don't have a whole lot of, like, deep analysis about the first game. It is imprinting, for sure. And it's interesting because... So going back to that episode of the conversation that I was talking about, and I really recommend this one, by the way. It was from late last year, and it's called Donkey Kong Country in the Summer of '94, and I thought this episode was, like, super fascinating, because not only did they talk about, like, what a big impact the game had at the time, back when it came out, and how, like, Nintendo really put their all into marketing this, and even at the trade show itself, they had, like, crazy props. They had, like, DK's rockin' treehouse, and they had another, like, statue of DK in, like, another treehouse, and they apparently had, like, flying neckies that were, like, going around in a circle, and it's like, holy shit! They made neckies before the game was even out. So they really threw their all into it, and it paid off, and the game was a huge success. But not only was it interesting to hear about all that, it was super interesting to hear about Jem and Heil's insights about how this whole, like, gaslighting thing that took off in the early 2000s and onwards, about how, like, actually Donkey Kong Country sucked and it was never good and Rare is bad and you should feel bad. How that managed gain so much clout. Because, you know, like, the word gaslighting gets thrown around a lot, and I think it's overused and not necessarily, like, actually fitting the real definition of the word, but in this case I think it's pretty accurate, because it's one of those things where people just repeat something over and over to the extent that you start to doubt the things that you know, and that you lived, and that you experienced, and your own memories and stuff. And so I can say, I know that Donkey Kong Country is good, and I know a lot of people loved it, and I know, you know, my family and my friends and stuff loved this game, and then that it was popular and that it sold a lot. And then you get to, like, the early 2000s, and you get people online saying, well, like, okay, but the games are bad, though, and part of that, of course, obviously it was the Rare buyout. People wanted to downplay the importance of Rare to Nintendo because, you know, they didn't want to have to panic that now that Rare was gone. They wanted to be like, well, Nintendo is so fine without them. In fact, like, Nintendo's better off without them. We don't need them. They actually sucked and were bad and were not important to Nintendo's history whatsoever. Please ignore the late SNES era and, like, the entirety of the N64 era. Please ignore that. So, obviously, that's, like, the main reason behind why that sort of became a thing, but I think the main insight that was new to me until I listened to this episode that I took away from it was one of the big reasons that really took off was because the buyout sort of happened at just the right time where, like, online fandom was really taking off and becoming widespread and not just a thing that, like, extremely niche internet weirdos did, but, like, it was becoming more and more of, I guess, kind of like a normie thing to be on social media or to be on forums or something and to, like, look at online websites for game reviews and stuff. So the buyout sort of happened right as all of that was just exploding. So that would be, like, the thing that people would see on the internet. And a lot of the earlier, like, mid-90s stuff and, like, things that were popular back then just kind of missed the wave of getting to be documented and preserved forever on the internet. So that's kind of a big reason that this particular mindset was able to spread so much and seem so much like more true than it actually was when it comes to the way people out there in the real world actually felt about these games. So yeah, lots of stuff to consider. Because there's this weird thing about the DKC series that I sort of have noticed throughout my whole life, where the games are obviously, like, huge successes, just, like, millions and millions sold, but their fandom has always been more of a, like, offline fandom. Like, if you ask people who grew up in the 90s, like, did you like Donkey Kong Country? They'd probably be like, yeah, or, you know, maybe they didn't, but you'd have a decent chance that they'd be like, yeah, or maybe they were more of a Sonic person, but that's okay. But, you know, when it comes to, like, the online internet fandom, a lot of people who grew up were maybe just a little bit younger than that, and they kind of just, like, missed out on that. So I felt like it was a series that has huge popularity, like, IRL, but when it comes to online representation, it was so much smaller than you'd expect. And that might just be because its heyday was in the 90s and then kind of tapered off after that, so kind of missed the, like, wave of slightly younger people. But that's enough yapping. I want to get into the manual. So, before we play the game, because we are going to play the entire game tonight, it's not all talking. So, here we got the Donkey Kong Country manual right here. Of course, we're going to be looking at a digital version of it, so I don't have to, like, hold it up. But, you know, I think we'll be looking at... I'll have this up here for you, but I'm going to be looking at the actual manual here in my hands, because that makes me happy. So, I told this story fairly recently, but I do not have my original DKC manuals, even though I did have them all at one point in my life, because when I was a kid, I glued them all together, back to back. I glued the back of Donkey Kong Country, and I wasn't even, like, that young. I was just stupid. I was probably, like, 10 years old or something. I wasn't, like, a 5-year-old. I don't know why I tried to do this, but... So I glued, like, this to, like, the front page of the DKC manual, and then I glued the back page of the DKC. You know, like, okay, so, like, if you opened it, it would go, like, straight into DKC 2, and at the end of DKC 2, it'd go straight into DKC 3. You know what I'm saying? Like, I glued them back to back. So it would create one big mega book
But I think I kind of like made a mess out of it and maybe like got too much glue on it, and they kind of got like just sticky, and some of the pages got stuck together that weren't supposed to be stuck together, and I think my parents just threw it out at some point. I would be floored to find out they didn't throw it away and that like they still have it somewhere, but I don't think they do, because I've asked about it before and I don't think they have it anymore. So unfortunately I don't have my original manuals from when I was a kid, so this is one that I got at some point in my life when I was a little bit older. I got my DKC2 one as well, which I did show the other night, in his little protective plastic bag here. Now, I know Victor got this one for me, but I think I just bought this one for myself, or maybe Victor got it from you at some point, I don't remember. Yeah. So, we will be looking through the manual. We still got plenty of time before the first ad break, so we can go ahead and get started. Yeah, it was the United Countries of Donkey Kong. It had Donkey Kong Island, Crocodile Isle, and the Northern Hemisphere all in one big atlas. So another thing I learned recently about this manual that I also got from listening to old conversation episodes is this manual, I knew it wasn't written by Lee Loveday, who is kind of the, like, voice of Rare for many years, but somehow I had the knowledge, at least, that he did not write the DKC manual, and he didn't write the DKC2 manual either, so I didn't know who did write it. All this time I thought, like, I don't know, did like, Greg Mayles write it or something? I really didn't know, and I didn't really care enough to look into it, actually. I just kind of let it be a mystery. So what I found out is that this manual, and DKC2's manual, is, they were actually written by a guy named Dan Owsen. Owsen, I think it is. And I guess that's how you pronounce it, because that's how Heil kept pronouncing it. Owsen, like, ow! Like a clap chop, like, ow! So I guess it was appropriate. So he was actually a localizer that worked at Nintendo, and has worked on a lot of, the most iconic Zelda games, like A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time. And at some point he, I don't really know if he does localization work anymore, but he still works at Nintendo, but he has gone on as being, like, upper management and stuff. So he's been credited on a lot. I think he's credited in Bonanza, which is a really, really cool, like, full circle to have come. But I don't know if he did any actual writing on the game, or if he's just, like, a manager or something now. Fact is, he's been there a long time. So, I always thought this manual, I was like, oh, Rare with their, like, crazy British sensibilities and stuff, but this was actually written by an American. And yeah, they just kind of hired this guy to write this manual for them, and he did a great job. I love this manual so much. I love everything about it. So, fun fact about Dan Owsen also. He is, I learned this from looking up his, like, Wikipedia page, I think. He is the voice at the beginning of Super Metroid that's like, the last Metroid is in captivity, the galaxy's at peace. That's him. That's the guy who wrote this manual. And, that's kind of funny to me, because that voice always sounded like such a nice guy. Like, the last Metroid's in captivity. He sounds, like, really nice. And yet he's the person responsible for Cranky Kong being, like, a fucking asshole. So, that's, very funny. But yeah, let's, start looking at this manual. We are going to read through it and, you know, see what we learn. So, you know, I loved this manual growing up, and I haven't actually, like, looked through the whole thing in a long time. So I don't know it word for word, so I'm sure there's going to be stuff that surprises me. Like I said, there was a conversation episode about the manual, but I only listened to, like, the beginning of it because I didn't want to spoil myself on, like, revisiting it, so I didn't want to hear them talk about the whole thing. So yeah, well, I'm also giving him special thanks because this manual deserves a special thanks for sure. We're already getting through most of the soundtrack, but whatever. Alright. So, let's start at the beginning here. I'm gonna put my stream preview over here just to make sure that it's all working out. Victor, please. Okay, he's telling me to ignore him. I don't know what he's doing, but Wait, this is interesting because this, like, manual scan of it, it doesn't actually start at the very beginning. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay, because look. Yeah, so you see it's got the first page here, and then it goes straight into the story. But the actual first page of it looks like this. So, it's the table of contents, but it also has all of these warnings from Nintendo, and it says, I'm not gonna read this. I'm not gonna read these. It says, you know, if the power switch is switched on and off repeatedly, the accumulated contents of your Super NES Game Pack's battery-backed memory may be deleted, and so on. So, but it says, Cranky says, look at the fancy box, look at the size of this instruction manual. You don't think they would have gone to all this trouble if the game was any good, do you? So, this scan is actually missing Cranky's first, you know, his first deprecating comment. And, the table of contents is good because it has this little banana. I like it. I like that cute little, like, clip-arty looking banana. It says, what's inside? Alright, but then I think the rest of the actual manual is here and is scanned in. We'll find out, though. We'll find out if this is missing any more pages. Okay, so... Victor, are you serious? What are you doing over there? My husband is, like, making noises over... I don't know what he's doing, but... Oh, okay. He's got a cuckoo clock that he's working on. The banana does not have a face. The banana is just a banana. It is just a peeled banana. Hold on. There you go. Alright. So, the story. I feel like I should read out the whole story out loud. Maybe that'll take us to the first ad break. The story is fucking long as shit. It's so good. Like, have you ever seen a platformer at this point in time that had a story that was like 4 whole pages long? I mean, there probably were some, but I don't know. It is not the Fungi Forest Clock, but it would be cool if you found some way to recreate that sometime. That weird bird that has like a... It's like a... The Fungi Forest Clock has like a punk rock bird in it. It has like a beak ring and like a mohawk. I don't know. That the bird is crazy. Anyway. So, first of all, it was a dark and stormy night, which I'd like to say is the reality. And we're having like a windstorm, and I think it's mostly past. But there is a small chance that we lose power because... Earlier, we almost lost power, and I was about to be real upset if I had to miss the stream because we had a power outage, but thankfully, I think we've avoided it. We did have a big branch come off of one of the trees and, like, hit our roof and roll down, but I don't think it caused any damage, so, but it is a dark and stormy night is the point. Like, we're living in it. I like how night is spelled with just, like, N-I-T-E. I guess that was 90s or something. I don't know. They just wanted it to be, like, extra cool. I don't understand, really, why they did that. Maybe they thought that, like, the word night was gonna be too big if they spelled it correctly, and they wanted to, like, squeeze it in there. I don't know. Yeah, so it's the British spelling, which is funny, because Dan Ellison wasn't even a British guy. But, anyway... You know, I think it took me a really long time to understand that this silhouette is Donkey Kong's face, and it's kind of funny because it looks like Diddy is cowering in fear of massive, giant Donkey Kong. You know, obviously this is Clump and his big girth, but took me a little longer to understand this is supposed to be DK, but Diddy is quaking in respect and intimidation, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to, you know what? Maybe we can find some more appropriate music than the funky song. Maybe this is a little better for the dark and stormy night. Storms lash the rugged terrain of Donkey Kong Island, home of the famous video game ape and his family and friends. Wow. We're just going right into breaking the fourth wall in the first sentence. Near Donkey Kong's treehouse, a small monkey named Diddy cowered in fear of the savage lightning which periodically illuminated the lush, dark jungle that covered most of the island. Donkey Kong had assigned Diddy to guard duty on this awful night. He was not happy about his fate. Donkey Kong's earlier pep talk kept creeping back into Diddy's mind. "Okay, little buddy," Donkey had said in his patronizing voice. Like, more like, "Okay, little buddy." I guess that's more patronizing. "As part of your hero training, you've got to stand guard tonight over my bananas. I guess it's supposed to be relieve. It says relive. I never noticed that. I will relive you at midnight. So try and stay awake until then." Buddy, yeah, right. Now he was alone. Alone unless you counted the unknown threats which lurked behind every tree that he glimpsed during the lightning flashes. The Kremlings' Kremling Mansion! Yo, sorry. That's what it's all about here, okay? Can't forget what it's all about. Can't forget the reason for this season. So our first Kremling Mansion in this manual. Well, they might be in the... Are they in the table of contents? Not technically, it just says, like, baddies galore. Okay, anyway. The Kremlings were out there. This much was certain. They coveted Donkey Kong's banana stockpile, the largest on the island, and probably in the world. A treasure in potassium and vitamin A. The perfect food. Ah, delicious bananas. The thought of DK's golden hoard almost made Diddy forget his uncomfortable situation. But a rustling in the undergrowth and the sound of several snapping twigs brought him out of his reverie. Who goes there? Diddy challenged the sounds in the darkened, dripping foliage. There was no answer but the flashing of claws and teeth, followed by a fleeting vision of mini reptilian eyes and a crack of thunder. God, this makes the Kremling sound fucking badass as hell. No wonder I liked them so much. I don't know how much of this manual I could actually read when I was little, but, you know, I think I could, like, read and understand a good amount of it, and my parents could handle the rest and explain the rest. I'm just imagining my mom having to, like, read this story out to me is probably what happened, but, Diddy somersaulted into the fray with his signature cartwheel attack, but he was quickly overcome by the weight of many scaly assailants. The enormous bulk of Clump the Kremling landed on top of Diddy. So Clump is the first actually named Kremling here. Hashtag nipple watch. Clump is going to come back and be the secret hero of this whole project, I think, again and again. So pay attention to him, because he's all over the place, you know. Knocking him senseless. His last memory was of hissing, "Oh, if only Clump would land on me, knocking me senseless." Anyway. His last memory was of a hissing voice. "It's the small one. Seal him inside this barrel and toss it into the bushes. Donkey Kong's bananas are ours." So, something to point out here is our, you know, first instance of something that would kind of happen off and on, which is Kremlings being portrayed with this sort of, like, snake-like hissing voice. And one thing that Heil was talking about in the part of the episode I listened to is a little bit of discrepancy between the way, like, Dan Owsen interpreted things and the way maybe people at Rare interpreted things. So I want to kind of keep an eye out and see if maybe that was, like, an entirely Danism, is Kremlings being particularly hissy, having a little hissy fit, but we'll see about it. The barrel lid closed on Diddy, blotting out even the fleeting light of the storm. Seconds later, the barrel flew through the air, courtesy of Clump's army boot-assisted punt, and landed roughly in the jungle foliage. Diddy Kong knew no more. Yo, Clump should join, like, the local kickball team, football team. The entire Donkey Kong clan was oblivious as the Kremlings then loaded the banana horde into their Kremling carts. I like the Kremling cart, coming to Mario Kart World soon, hopefully, and wheeled them off through the jungle, leaving an obvious trail of dropped fruit from their overloaded conveyances. The next morning, Donkey Kong was awakened by frantic shouting of his name. "Keep it down," he growled. He suddenly realized what time it was. "Morning already? I slept through my watch." Falling out of bed and through his treehouse door, Donkey Kong slid down the treehouse ladder without using any of the rungs, and assumed his characteristic fighting pose, with sun-blinded, squinting eyes. He was like, "Yeah, let's go." One swift blow was all that was needed to leave him sprawled on the floor, face down. He groggily rolled over. Oh, there we go. Again, this music is not appropriate. Hold on, I gotta put it back on something more menacing. To to see the familiar wrinkled, white-bearded, grouchy face of his old granddad, Cranky Kong, peering down at him. In his heyday, Cranky was the original Donkey Kong who battled Mario in several of his own games. "What you do that for?" Donkey Kong asked, knowing full well that Cranky was prone to cuffing him at every whim. "Take a look inside your banana cave. You're in for a big surprise," Cranky cackled. I like that Cranky is not at all, like, bothered by this whatsoever. Donkey's mind raced as he vaulted to the cave and peered inside. Instead of the dull golden glow of thousands of bananas, there were only a few discarded peels. These had been trampled into the dirt by hundreds of reptilian feet, judging from the many three-toed footprints that covered the damp cavern floor. But what about... Diddy's gone too, Cranky laughed. Jeez, Cranky, that's fucked up, man. He doesn't even care. Oh, the auto-modding there. I'll let that through, because you do make a good point, for sure. So Cranky thinks it's funny that Diddy was stuffed into a barrel and the clump kicked him across the jungle. "That's what you get for shirking your responsibility, you good-for-nothing bum. In my days, we would have been happy to stand guard in the rain, because that might have meant having an extra frame of animation. Of course, having rain would have been impossible given our pitiful processing power, but..." Donkey Kong stood there in stunned disbelief, and hadn't heard most of what Cranky said. "Diddy, gone. My little buddy," he murmured to himself. He thought Diddy got fucking murdered. He thought Clump, like, just flattened him with his ass. He thought Diddy was just dead. Yeah, Cranky thinks all of this is funny, actually. He doesn't understand how serious things are gonna get. Donkey Kong was suddenly filled with conviction. "The Kremlings will pay," he raged. "I'll hunt them down through every corner of my island, till I have every last banana from my hoard back." "Find your little buddy and retrieve a bunch of bananas?" Cranky snorted. "What kind of game idea is that? Where's the screaming damsel in distress?" "Diddy's obsession with being like me has gone too far. He may be a long way from being a true video game hero, but he had the guts, the reflexes, the heart. He could have been a contender." "If you ask me, neither of you are ready for prime time," Cranky interrupted. "You'll never be as popular a character as I was. Why, in my heyday, kids lined up to play my games. The quarters were stacked on the machine as they waited for their turn. If you go on this ridiculous adventure, you'll be lucky to sell 10 copies. Donkey Kong fumed. He usually let Cranky's rambling roll off his back, but this time was different. "What do you know about adventuring, you flea-bitten old ape?" yelled Donkey Kong, edging closer and closer, braving Cranky's cane until he's totally in his face. "I'm sick of hearing about your boring single-screen adventures. Diddy's in trouble, my banana hoard is gone, and I'm gonna get them all back." Donkey Kong stormed off in search of his missing buddy, following the trail of bananas the Kremlings had dropped. "Well, it's not exactly rescuing your princess, but it'll do in a pinch," Cranky snorted, as DK disappeared into the lush jungle. After a moment's hesitation, Cranky followed him. "The lad may just need my help," he mumbled to himself. "Kids today, they just don't have any respect for their elders." And he says, "You're only reading this because you're bored." That's true, that's why we're all here. We didn't have anything better to do on Friday night. Alright, let's go to the good old you and Kremling image, which I love, and I have a screenshot of this that I use sometimes. We got a little bit of time before I need to take a break, so I'm going to go ahead and... We don't necessarily need to read, like, every single word in this manual, but, this is, just kind of showing you, like, how to start the game. And, yes, I like that the Kremling's arrow is just kind of pointing to, like, what... Can you see my cursor? I don't think you can see my cursor. It's just kind of... Oh, yeah, you can. It's just, like, pointing to, like, nothing. Like, yeah, I guess they are there. I don't know. They should have, like, made it point here where the face is. I guess they're everywhere. I don't know. They've already, like, beat that level, though. So I don't know. There's just... there they are. You can't see them, but they're hiding there in the jungle, waiting to pop out at you. How did Cranky let this pass? They used the screen of this first world that does not have Cranky on it. It shows where Funky Kong is and Candy Kong is, but it doesn't have Cranky Kong because he was over on the first screen. That's true. You always gotta be looking behind you. Yeah, K. Rool is right there, but he's just practicing his invisibility spell. So Kremlings have stolen Donkey Kong's banana hoard, and it's up to you to help him get them back. On the map screen between each level, you'll see your position, as well as locations of Kremlings, Cranky Kong, Funky Kong, and Candy Kong. The members of the Kong family will help you in different ways as you travel. For details, see page 26. And Cranky says, I wouldn't believe a word of this. I've been everywhere, and I've only found 2 locations. Bad ones at that. So, on that note, I'm going to take my first little break. When we get back, we will finish off this manual and actually start playing a video game tonight. But it's been fun to talk, mostly in this first hour. More stuff to cut out of the YouTube video, probably. The ad breaks. Okay, but real talk, it does say that Clump landed on Diddy and knocked him out. Do you think he, like, ground pounded him? Did he, like, jump up and do, like, a butt slam? Or did he, like, fall forward on him with his stomach and, like, squash him? Is this how... DK thinks that that's how Diddy died, because he just found, like, Clump left, like, a tits and stomach mark in the mud, but also, like, Diddy's silhouette was there. And DK's like, that's how it ended for him. Tragic. Yeah, I was kind of picturing the belly flop. Like, he just does the, like, belly flop thing. Well, okay, maybe Diddy's body got, like, stuck to him. Like, it's now he just has, like, a Diddy tattoo on himself. Like, just, Diddy's body is just, like, flattened against his stomach forever. Of course, that's not what happened, okay? He just stuffed Diddy in a barrel instead, and DK just doesn't know that yet, alright? So anyway, back to the manual. So, they were really proud about this at the time, that the game screen does not have any UI stuff on it until you need it. It just, like, comes on and comes off as you collect stuff. And that's something that I've really taken for granted throughout the years, because this was one of the first games I played in my life. But yeah, I guess that was pretty revolutionary at the time. So much so that they had to, you know, kind of call it out and even dunk on some other games at the time, and even some of their own Nintendo games, by saying, where's the score bar, life meter, speedometer, scrolled off the screen where they belong, that's where. When you do collect bananas and extra life or other goodies, the indicator symbol will momentarily scroll onto the screen. Some of the symbols you will see are, and all of this stuff. Here, I'm gonna turn the music down again a little bit. See, for me, it should be the U and the Kremling arrows both point at the same thing, which is the Kremling. I'm pretty sure it says trashing, Malik, because I definitely had noticed that before, and I was like, trashing? Yeah, it says trashing. At least the one I have. I don't know about the one that we're looking at on the internet. We'll see when we get there. There's like two editions out there where one says trashing and one says thrashing. I guess it's like an updated version, I don't know. Oh boy, the controller! Okay, I gotta ask a question. Do you like the colors of the Super Nintendo controller as it is depicted here? Because this is another thing that Hyle was saying recently, that he doesn't like the, like, purple of the American SNES controller, but to me it's iconic. And maybe it's just because I like purple to begin with, but I love it. I think it's like a super, like, unique vibe, you know? I know you could say that the, like, more colorful version of, like, the Famicom, the Super Famicom controller or whatever is better, because, like, all the buttons are a different color instead of 2 of them being the same color and 2 of them being a different color, but, like, I don't know, this makes it more unique. Like, any old console could have, like, primary colored buttons, but the SNES, they were like, we're gonna make it purple. What if it was purple? And I love it, because I love purple. Yeah, maybe this picture is a little desaturated, but, well, I mean, yeah, I think it is a little, because this one is a more vibrant purple. I mean, this is like the Switch version, but still. My actual SNES controller looks much the same, it's just down there. I don't feel like reaching down and getting it right now. But yes, I am a fan of the purple. Just wanted to stick up for the old SNES colors. So the controls are simple. All right, thank you. I'm not going to spend too much time on this page. It's just telling me how to play the game. Cranky believes that a good game shouldn't need any explanation at all. I do like the banana that's on the, like, L button. It's just kind of, like, hanging off the L button. I like that they just put some random bananas throughout this. Just, they have one sitting on the SNES controller. I also like DK's pose on the render up there where it says DK, where he's hanging onto the K. He looks like, I don't know, he looks really, like, sassy. He looks really saucy. We're just gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. I don't need to... It's a start. What else? Pause, you idiot. Oh, I didn't even notice, like, the silhouette of the bananas in the background, too. That's good. That's good. Alright. The star. Donkey Kong. The King of Swing. Hey, that's later. We will get there. We will get to the pegging and the spanking and all that much later, months down the line. The Thriller Gorilla, the Prime Primate, it's Donkey Kong. But this is not your father's Donkey Kong. Well, technically it is, because my dad is the one who introduced me to this game, and I'm pretty sure he likes it more than he ever liked the arcade Donkey Kong. But anyway, although he is a relative of the classic arcade character, Country's Donkey Kong is a totally new character. Alright, OC, do not steal. With a new look, new moves, and a new attitude. This guy's got tude. Donkey Kong's moves. He can jump. What's a platform game without jumping? Alright. He can run, he can swing. I don't care about this guy. I'm here for the Kremlings. I don't care about Donkey Kong. I do like the roll, I do love the roll render there, because he just looks like he's in pain. That's what he was like when he thought Diddy was dead forever. He just, like, did the fetal position, and he's like, can't believe I let this happen. Donkey Kong's advantage is his awesome strength. If he lands on a weakened part of the ground, he can often reveal hidden stations of barrels, tires, or other items. Alright. But now, it's time for Diddy Kong. I don't know what it is about this particular render of Diddy that's used in his main little profile pic up here, but he looks like kind of strange in it. I think it's just that his mouth is completely closed, and you don't normally see him, even in these early renders, with his mouth completely closed. Like, look at all the rest of them, he's got his mouth open. Maybe it's just that his mouth is closed, but he kind of looks very, like... I mean, he didn't have nostrils yet, which is also kind of weird. DK has nostrils, but Diddy just has, like, kind of a weird hump, and he doesn't have, like, his... I want to say his snout is, like, completely smooth, but it is kind of, like, lumped, like a camel's back or something. But, yeah, he's just... I don't know, the picture is kind of funny to me. Introducing Diddy Kong! Although he would never admit it, Diddy Kong is a Donkey Kong wannabe. His ambition in life is to be a video game hero, just like the big guy. And although Donkey Kong would never say it to Diddy's face, yeah, because he's fucking dead, the kid has potential. He's fast, agile, and has the heart to be a world-class video game hero. He just needs a little more experience, and of course, exposure. Well, he can cartwheel, he can jump, he can run, he can swing. He loves to swim. He's quick and nimble. Basically, he's better than Donkey Kong in every way, just about. That's the truth of it. Poor Diddy, he can't smell. He's all stuffed up. That's how the Kremlings snuck up on him. He couldn't smell him coming. Barrels and kegs. Ooh boy, the barrels get their own like full like page spread in this before even the rest of the characters or the locations or anything. It's like barrels. We got to get to the important stuff. Yeah, that's actually the real reason why he can't like defeat Clump by jumping, because he doesn't want to like. He's like, I'm better than you. I'm not gonna sink to your level. I'm not gonna like do the same thing you did to me. So I'm just looking through this really quick to see if there's anything worth pointing out here. Well, it does give kids the full name of TNT. If you didn't know, it's trinitrotoluene. Trinitrotoluene. I don't know how to say it, actually. But in case you ever didn't know what TNT actually stood for, now you know. Funky's barrel, Continue barrel, DK barrel, steel kegs. Sure are a lot of barrels, admittedly. They did kind of need to explain them all. But wait, there's more. Does the barrel even cover the whole plane? It kind of does look like it's just, like, plastered on top. I mean, I'm pretty sure the actual render, it's like the plane part comes out of the barrel, like, in the middle of it. But for this particular, like, image, it kind of just looks like they did paste the barrel on top of the plane. Anyway, bananas! These precious golden fruits are the objects of Donkey Kong's quest. Yeah. The Kremling mention here in this paragraph. They left a trail of bananas. Careless. Cranky says, I can't believe you're still reading this. What you need is a good trashing. Here, we got to the trashing page. Yeah, that is interesting. Was it supposed to be thrashing? And it was also a typo. I mean, there's already been a typo in this book that we found. Or was saying that you need a good trashing, was that also some kind of 90s slang that I just don't remember clearly? And he says, bonus levels, ha! Don't hold your breath looking for these. There are none. There's actually so many bonus levels in this game that there's a bonus level in a bonus level. But, I mean, I guess we're just talking about the Animal Buddy ones. Sorry, I got distracted by the Gangplank Galleon music because it takes my breath away always, you know? You know, I like that this background is just a whole bunch of bananas and almost like a camo pattern. That's pretty cool. I like that pattern there. It's like 90s. I like it a lot. Like, I could have a whole wallpaper or maybe even carpet or something with this pattern. Yeah, maybe that is what the 101st% is that bonus. Alright, time to get to the locations. So this is some good stuff here. Especially because we get these, like, lovely renders of each of these areas. So the compass, I guess instead of, like, west and east, they got, like, dest and keast. Because they got D and K on the compass, so, you know, Donkey Kong Island, they have those directions. North and south are still the same, but... So, Donkey Kong's home is in the jungle, where he's the master of all he surveys, or so he thinks. You'll start your adventure in jungle hijinks. Pretty sure that's not how it's spelled. It's spelled some more insane, unhinged way, which introduces you to the play control of the game. This is also a great place to earn extra lives. You come back to it later in the game. In the jungle, you'll find many vines strung between palms that are great for swinging over trouble areas. Oh, I should maybe have started with a general description here. You'll find a wide variety of ecosystems in Donkey Kong Country. Though the island itself is mainly tropical, there are great pine forests on the slopes of snow-capped peaks. The mountains are riddled with mines, natural tunnels, and caves. Surrounding the island are many tropical lagoons full of reefs and colorful fish. Following are general descriptions of each area. Alright. So it's kind of weird because it, like, goes straight into the factory here. So it's a little bit out of order. I guess maybe we can go left to right instead of going down on the same page. So, while the underwater areas of Donkey Kong Country are some of the most beautiful, they're also some of the most dangerous. The waters are infested with sharks, piranhas, killer octopi, and stinging jellyfish. Swim with care. Luckily, your animal friend On Guard the Swordfish is there to help you. On guard, my beloved. I'm looking at these, like, weird little fish that are in the background of this image. I always thought they were like jellyfish at first, but I don't think they are. They're just very strange fish with really large fins. Well, you know, octopi is technically grammatically incorrect, but such was the style at the time when everyone thought that was how you said it. So, factory. This is interesting because this introduces a little bit of controversy into our nice, calm life here. We're already getting into... Oh, I can't listen to DKC 2 stuff yet. Sorry. We're nowhere close to that. Anyway, gotta go back to the beginning. Introducing a little controversy into our life. Me and Andre already had a very, very heated argument about this. It was... I'm just kidding. We were just, like, discussing it. But, so... It says, the Kremling's crowning industrial achievements are the huge factories they built in Donkey Kong Country. These factories do not adhere to strict safety codes and are full of burning oil drums, faulty lighting, and perilous platforms. Enter at your own risk. So, when do you think the Kremlings built these factories? Do you think they built them, like, real recently? Like, basically, they set them up and they were like, okay, we're gonna steal the bananas and we're gonna set up our factories. We're just gonna come in and take over. We're gonna do this whole big initiative. And, it's all going to be part of this big, grand plan. Or do you think the factories have been there for a while? Because that's always the way I have understood it, is that they've had these factories there for years, maybe. Because if you look at the extent of the pollution, and we'll get there later when I actually play the game, which I'm doing, I swear, you know, it's already pretty extreme. So then the question becomes, like, why didn't the Kongs do anything about it? But, you know, I think there's theories or reasons we could have for why they didn't deal with the problem right away. Maybe we can talk about that a little more when we actually get to the factories, but it's a little, like, unclear how long they've been there, I guess. Then we've got the mountains. I don't think I need to read about the mountains. It's just talking about how it's you know, it's cold. This is where the game starts getting really hard, though, when you get to the snow levels. That's the big difficulty spike. Okay, the treetops. In the lofty treetops of Donkey Kong Country, you'll find a deserted town of wooden platforms and huts. Origin unknown. Yeah, the Ewoks made it. But while the original inhabitants may be gone, the place is teeming with Kremlings and their friends, ready to ambush anyone who trespasses here. The barrel cannons are particularly tricky in the treetops. I like how it describes it as their friends. It's, you know, like the naughties and the neckies and the zingers and the Kremlings are all just friends hanging out in the treehouse together. You know, it's great. They're just... This is, you know, the people who built this moved out and they just moved in. Like, it's not a problem for them to be there. I guess nobody lives in the trees, no. When I was a kid, I always wondered who did, and I figured it was just like other little monkeys or Kongs or something, but according to the manual, they are deserted. And I know the novelization does keep with the same interpretation where it's deserted and the Kremlings are there and they've already, like, trashed the place and it's, like, super messy and stuff. The caves. I don't know, this is, like, a really classic image of DK just walking on this little wooden bridge and he's just in the darkness. I gotta say, the scan makes it look, like, way more somber than in... I don't know if you can tell, but the version I have, like, the lighting is way better. You can see DK way better, but it looks so much more ominous in this scan that we're looking at here. Like, he is in the darkness. Like, a little scary. Alright. The description of the caves isn't that exciting. You can read it for yourself if you want. It's there. I don't know. I don't know how well you can actually see it, but... The vast mines of Donkey Kong Country are now stripped of any ore they may have once contained. All the tools of the miners remain, however, from minecarts to rickety scaffolding. There are special barrels that turn the lights on and off, and risky mine elevators full of slag. What is slag, exactly? Well, it's full of it, whatever it is. The mine elevators, they're full of it. Without a hard hat, mine exploration is not recommended. Clump is not about to give up his... Yo, Clump Watch, again. He's already been mentioned twice in this manual before we even get to him. And, you know, DK never actually does get his own hard hat until Bonanza. So he's been waiting 30 years to get that goddamn hard hat. He's been exploring the mines at his own peril this whole time. I like the treetop towns being naughty homes because it's all like wooden and they could have like built it because they're beavers. That's cute. I like that a lot actually. I see. Thank you for the slag definition. I actually appreciate that. So the poor ruins, and this image is the image I used for my little Kremling Kronology chapter 1 description. But they get a short description because they gotta condense it and make room for the bonus levels, but these monolithic ruins are now ruled by millstone-rolling naughty beavers. I like the implication that the naughties are, like, in charge there. I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. Like, if you were a beaver in a wheel that could run someone over, you would be in charge. Like, who's gonna mess with you? They set that up themselves. It was all the naughties are actually, like, they got it going on. Like, maybe they lived in the trees, they live in the ruins now, and they're the kings of the ruins. Of course, ruins are well known for their treasure, and you can find many forgotten items in these haunted buildings of vine-covered stone. That's very poetic. It's a very poetic way to describe them. And there are dozens of bonus levels hidden in Donkey Kong Country. Some are easy to find, others are almost impossible. All will give you extra lives, bananas, or other surprise items. Alright. So the ruins are another thing where there are, like, different interpretations about it as far as the Kremlings are concerned, because I always saw it as this, you know, the Kremlings have their own ancient ruins that have been on the island because they're an ancient culture and they set these up a long time ago. But other people are like, well, they probably just, like, quickly defaced the ruins and put their faces on them now, but I don't know, man. Like, they just stole some bananas! How do they have time to do all this? How do they have time to, like, carve sculptures and like set up entire factories? I don't know, man. I think it's been here. I think they've had a presence on the island for a long time. They're the neighbors. They live like they live like a mile away across the ocean. They're not very far away. Like, it's not like there was some distant civilization that wasn't here at all. Like, they've been around. But anyway. That is, you know, maybe someday we'll look at this manual in German, because I can read enough German to understand it. That's gonna be at the end. We'll do some bonus episodes where I look at different language stuff. Yeah, they used a DK artist, and they just, imported a Kremling face a bunch of times. Just stuck it on there. Alright. Your trusty animal friends. There are 5 friendly animals in Donkey Kong Country that will help you on your way. While they will usually show up in an area you might expect to find them in, they can also be found in some pretty unusual places. When you see a crate with an animal symbol on it, jump on the crate to break it open and you'll mount up automatically. Press the A button to jump off the animal. Alright, so our besties that we love. I don't know. We know who Rambi is. I love you, Rambi. You know, now you may just be one Rambi out of many these days, but you're still number 1 in my heart. The original Rambi. On guard, of course, we have a statue of him now, so he's not forgotten about. Nintendo has not forgotten about On Guard, which is great, because he's one of my favorites. You will not find him anywhere but underwater, because otherwise he would just be flopping around, sadly. Espresso. Now, Espresso is one of my favorite animal buddies that exists, just because I really like ostriches. This crazy bird is a valuable animal to find, okay? Well, you didn't have to call him crazy. I think he seems pretty calm, actually, unless he gets attacked, which I don't blame him for running off, but alright. He can't really fly, but he can run even faster than Rambly, and can make long wing-assisted leaps. Espresso's legs, being long and spindly, are not suitable for jumping on enemies. Smaller enemies will crawl right under him, but larger ones are trouble. You can make Espresso flap his wings by repeatedly pressing the B button. Yeah, on guard, he looks just kind of like he's a little shocked, maybe. He doesn't quite look as happy as he would at some points in the future, you know? Maybe he was going through a rough time, but being able to help the Kongs, like, really, like, gave him some purpose in life, and so after that, he was happier than ever, forevermore. Winky, who, you know, didn't make it out of this game, except for some references, but he's good. You know, frogs are good. I do like Radley better, though. I like Winky, because I like it when he, like, looks at the camera. I don't know, I like the, like, front view of Winky, and I like when he does the frog throat thing. I think it's cool when different animals can do that weird throat thing. And then Squawks in his debut when he was just, I guess he was still pretty young. He was just like a little fellow. He was just adolescent Squawks, not fully matured. He couldn't carry Kongs yet. He could only carry this flashlight, which is better than the one he has in DK64. Although it does blind you, so maybe it's, like, worse in its own way. Alright. Time for the Kong family. Alright. How are we doing on time? I got plenty of time. I got so much time. Alright. Okay. Now, I love the render of all the Kongs, because Candy is so goddamn tall compared to, like, and I get it, I you know, the point is that, like, you know, some of these guys are, like, they do the gorilla, like, hunching over, standing on their knuckles thing, and if DK was to stand up, like, straight, he'd be as tall as Candy. But she doesn't do that, so she just stands straight up, and so she towers over all of them. She is a true Amazon. And you know, DK likes him tall. I'm just, that's his taste, and I support it. But it is very funny, just, like, how tall she, like, she just towers over the rest of them. Like, they had to have so much empty space in this page because they couldn't have this render just be kind of, like, across. They had to accommodate how tall Candy was. Alright. Funky Kong, Donkey Kong's bronze-tanned, sunglasses-wearing, surf-punk friend, usually hangs out at Donkey Kong Country's many beaches. However, he also operates a special barrel flight service which will allow Donkey and Diddy to travel back to any level in the game that they have already finished. Although Funky hates to go on adventures himself, he's too laid back. He keeps up on the island scene and may have useful information at times. So, this is the canon explanation for why Funky never was playable until, you know, Tropical Freeze New Funky Mode. It's just because he was too laid back, you know? He doesn't... Adventuring's just not for him. But as we also learned in New Funky Mode, I think he's actually just too powerful. He wanted to give the other Kongs a chance. He's basically Super Kong, almost. He thought it would be unfair if he stole the spotlight from everybody, so he's just kind of been hanging back. Hey, Krina, no problem. We're still on the instruction manual, so, you know, we haven't even started the game yet. But, Candy Kong is the banana of Donkey Kong's eye, and one of his closest friends. Yeah, they're just friends. It's like Mario and Peach. They're just friends. Although everyone assumes that they will get married someday, Donkey Kong's just not ready to settle down yet, in Candy's opinion. Candy's also very fond of Diddy and would pinch his little cheeks at every opportunity if she had the frames of animation to do it. Well, too bad. She only has the frames of animation to, like, lean over and blow a kiss. Donkey and Diddy will meet up with Candy often as they search for their missing bananas. When they do, Candy will give him a chance to save their progress through the game so far. All you have to do to save is jump into Candy's save barrel. Alright, finally. The main event, Cranky Kong. Donkey Kong's grouchy pappy is actually the original Donkey Kong who starred in the mini Donkey Kong arcade classics of the 80s. He considers... It's kind of funny, because, like, when you think about it, at the time, they were framing it like, oh, this guy, he's so old. He's so ancient. He's like a member of this forgotten age, and it was just like 10 years ago. Like the boom of the Donkey Kong arcades just the 10 years before this. And it's funny because I feel like back then, you know, the video game industry moved so much faster that, like, yeah, 10 years did seem a really long time. And it's not just because we were younger or possibly not born at the time, which did make everything seem longer, but genuinely things moved so much faster in the video game industry. And now it's like, you go 10 years in a given series without getting a single, like, mainline game in that series. That's true for Donkey Kong for sure, but it's even been, like, kind of, like, true of other, like, it's been a long time, almost a decade, since the last 3D Mario, which is why people were mad that Bonanza existed, but sorry, losers, get over it. And, you know, like, it was such a long time between, say, Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild, and then Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and so on. Like, you know, 10 years these days is like nothing, but back then it was like, whoa, okay, old man, 10 years ago? Sheesh. Yeah, Diddy hasn't sung his very, very bad song. Alright, anyway. Cranky. He considers those games a pinnacle of game design, and will have nothing to do with the newfangled graphics, sound, and multiple button controllers of today's Nintendo mega hits. Donkey Kong will encounter Cranky throughout his adventure at his mini cabins scattered across Donkey Kong Country. Cranky will usually be grateful for the chance to converse, specifically to get on Donkey's case about the state of games today. Although most of Cranky's conversations are hot air, he will occasionally drop a hint or two about the game, as he's anxious to pass on his game prowess to the younger generation of game fans. Yeah, he'll just say the same things over and over. His problem is, he only has a 3-frame walk, so he can't participate in the action. Cranky can chew your ear off if you give him a chance, so once you get tired of him, just take off. Just leave, hit the bricks. Alright, okay, I got, look everybody, look what's next. They're here. Finally! Finally, we got there. To the whole point of what I'm doing. So I just want to say, I have a huge appreciation for, like, look at the rest of this manual, okay? It's mostly white, we got some yellow going on, you know, we got this kind of crazy background on this page. It's, like, mostly white, yellow, orange, and pretty, like, you know, it's not, like, too over the top as far as design goes. It's pretty 90s, but it's kind of restrained for the most part. But you get to the baddies page, and it's like the dripping ooze. Oh my god, wait, the dripping ooze, the dripping orange ooze, dude, is foreshadowing way back here. They did some King of Rot foreshadowing on the baddies page. Alright, Exalt. See you later. But yeah, so underneath the rotten ooze here, brought to you by Nickelodeon. I just love how 90s this page is. It really makes me happy. But here's our team. Here's our dream team right here. Kremlings everywhere. That's what my stream is like. Kremlings are the tribe of reptilian rascals who've ripped off Donkey Kong's banana horde. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and shades. So here's an interesting thing that is gonna recur, and that I want to kind of try and keep track of as we go, but, like, how often are Kremlings actually referred to as crocodiles? Because they aren't really that much early on. I feel like it's not until you get to DKC 2 where it's like Crocodile Isle. It's like, yeah, they're crocodiles. Like, I mean, obviously they are, and they were always intended to be crocodiles, but it's kind of interesting that they weren't explicitly referred to as such that often early on. They're called reptiles, lizards, etc. I mean, you got Rock Croc here, so obviously he's a crocodile, but, like, it's just kind of interesting. Obviously they're not, like, normal crocodiles, but even then they were kind of, like, in the early days, being a little ambiguous about what they actually were. They were just some kind of reptilian monster creatures. Yeah, Manky Kong, we can talk about him. He's got a lot going on. But let's start with King K. Rool. Wow. the supreme commander of the Kremlings and mastermind of the banana heist. I wonder what that guy looks like, because he's just a silhouette, so I don't know. I don't know what he looks like. He could be... You know what's... Okay, you know how, like, when they put the silhouettes of the Pokemon for when they're revealing a new generation of Pokemon, they always, like, have the silhouettes of the starters, and then people, like, come up with the most ridiculous interpretations of what they're gonna look like, and they're always, like, way off. Like that famous one that everybody knows about of, like, the Oshawott, but they made it a weird little platypus with, like, a acorn on their head. Someone should try to, like, take this silhouette of K. Rool and make it into the most, like, ridiculous thing ever that, like, doesn't actually look like him at all. Like, what can you do with the silhouette? Like, what can you make out of it? Who's that Kremling? K. Rool is seen from above. Anyway. They really had to keep this guy mysterious so that you didn't know he was actually just a big Kremling with a cape and a golden belly. The golden belly is the real reveal, I guess. Then you got Critter. This run-of-the-mill green Kremling is the most common type. Alright, dunking on him. Just run-of-the-mill here. They do run around in mills, I guess. Not really mills. That's DKC 3, maybe. Well, okay, Fungi Forest has mills, and I think there's critters there, so sure. They're really running in the mills. Krusha, one of the boys of all time, one of our beloveds. You got Alter 1 Crush, you can drop that in the chat. But he's a muscle-bound Kremling who will laugh off most attacks. Boy, I love his laugh. Oh, you know, always nice to hear that laugh. Always makes me smile. Okay, time for another controversial topic. Does Krusha have spikes growing out of his head? Or does he have hair? Is it a mohawk or is it spikes? Time for the endless Krusha debate. Because I always like to see them as spikes instead of hair. But I realize that it doesn't really look like a mohawk. Because they're too distinct. Like, each of them is too... is too, like, isolated. Like, I don't know. But I like them being spikes, because I think it's... Okay, people are on my side here! That's not... I feel like a lot of people think it's a mohawk, so I'm feeling very, pleasantly surprised here. Well, they can have hair, yes. Kremlings can have hair. My Sona has hair, so I say that they can have hair. Calypso has hair, you know, Kasplats have hair, but I don't know. I just... For him, I like them to be spikes. I think spikes, him randomly having spikes on his head is cool. But, because if it is hair, if it is a mohawk, you can imagine him not, like, putting it up into his mohawk, not using hair gel or whatever, and he just has, like, he's got, like, little hair that falls down to the side, which is kind of cute, but also weird, and I don't like that. Anyway... We're back to Clump, everybody. He's back again, ready to kill Diddy Kong with his cheeks or his stomach, whatever the case may be. And his helmet will protect him from attacks from above. Maybe Diddy Kong should have been wearing a helmet. You know, maybe Diddy Kong should have thought of that. Yeah, what can you say about him? We'll have plenty more to say about him over time. He will be back again. He's got nips. You can't even, like, really see the full detail of it. How much can I zoom in here? Oh my god. Hold on, we gotta zoom in for nipple watch. Yeah, it's a little bit grainy, but he does have the full protruding nipples there. It's not just the, you know. Anyway. And then we got Claptrap. Sometimes spelled with a space between clap and trap, sometimes not. Here in the manual, it does have the space there. His huge teeth will dissuade you from roll attacks. I like that this image makes the Claptrap look really big. Like, the Claptrap is bigger than the Rock Croc. It's one of the ones from DK64. It's just giant. And then, of course, Rock Croc. The strangest omission from Bonanza. They are a rock who's a croc or a croc who's a rock did not make it into the game about rocks, but this Kremling uses a crafty disguise to make sneak attacks. Now, rock crocs are one of the most interesting ones, I think, because, like, what's their deal? Are they just, like, magic, or are they, like, actually made of earth? Are they, like, earth golems? We can talk about that later when we get to my Stop and Go Station game or the level that scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. And then we can't forget the other beloved members of the Kremling crew who are also important. We got Neki. We gotta watch out for this high-flying foe. You got Mini Neki. Neki's little buddy spits coconuts. Then you got Zinger. Avoid touching the stinging spikes on Zinger's back. Yeah, I would avoid touching a giant wasp just in general. The spikes on their back or the big old stinger sticking out of their butt. Manky Kong. These Kong reject orangutans do know how to roll out the barrel. So that almost makes it sound like it's the major, like, the main Kong family that was at fault here. Like, they rejected them first just because they were weird looking, and the Mankeys were like, fine, well, we'll go join up with the other guys. You know, so maybe the Kongs need to consider not being so rude, and they need to be a little more accepting. Rock crocs are terrifying, yes. They were too scary to put in a modern game. They didn't want to, like, terrify children. They would be scarier than the jumpoid, the jump scare wallopoids. I call them jumpoids. Jump scaroids, that's what they should have called them. But those were definitely the scariest thing in Bonanza otherwise. Army, our beloved, will curl into an armored ball to protect himself from your attacks, and Slippa, scaly slithering snakes that like to live in old oil drums. Slippas are cute, I don't know, just look at their face. They're good. Yeah, if you want to stay awake, just, like, print out a big poster of Rock Croc and put it, like, across from your bed or something. You just imagine, like, waking up in the middle of the night and forgetting that you put that poster there and you just see this in the darkness. Like, Rock Croc really does look like some kind of sleep apnea demon. When we got our aquatic foes. I don't know why it says more Atlas, because this isn't really the Atlas, it's just more baddies. Good night, Rifter. We got Chomps, and we got Chomps Jr., and we got Squidge. I love Squidge. I love the name Squidge. And Clambo, and Croctopus, which just octopuses that work with the crocs, hence the name Croctopus. Alright. There is a boss, I believe the extra boss they added in DKC 3 GBA was also named Croctopus, but that motherfucker looks weird as hell. You know, the Croctopus kind of has the same pattern on it as the octopuses from Banjo-Tooie, now that I'm thinking about it. It's, like, not quite the same, but it's pretty similar. I wonder if they're related. The ones in Banjo-Tooie are just extra big. Yeah, actually, Chomps Jr. does have those little eyebrows. And you know what's interesting is I was looking at a render of, Snacker from Banjo-Kazooie recently, and I noticed that he also has, like, weird eyebrows that are darker than the rest of his body. So I wonder if he started out as, like, being a... Because he does kind of look like a Chomps Jr., right? I wonder if he started out, like, just using the same design, and they just wanted to bring him into 3D, and they decided to put him into Banjo-Kazooie instead of using him for DK64 or something. I wonder if there's a connection there, or maybe it's just that, you know, same character designer, so the shark ended up looking the same. But they do look actually really similar. So yeah, if you never put that connection together before, Snacker is just the Chomps Jr. And the Banjo-Tooie octopuses are just croctopuses, so now you know. But Cranky says that none of these baddies are in. They must have slipped in the wrong instruction manual or something. Cranky has never gone swimming, so he doesn't believe these guys actually exist. But now it's time for some real good stuff, which is Cranky's advice. Well, Sonny, in my day, we didn't have all this newfangled gameplay like in Donkey Kong Country. No siree. You game players today are spoiled by all the pretty pictures and stereo sound when all you really need is great gameplay. Well, if you need some hints for this silly game, try these. I'm not going to do the cranky voice the whole time, because it hurts my throat. There are tons of secret levels in this game. Always try to explore every level thoroughly to find these areas where you can earn extra lives. Of course, if I were playing, I wouldn't need any, but you might. Some enemies are invulnerable to certain attacks. It might take more than one hit to beat. Try lots of things when you meet a new enemy, even jump on his head. What a novel idea. Follow the trail of bananas to the goal in each level. There is a way to collect every banana in the game if you try hard enough. I'm sure people have done like a every single banana in DKC playthrough. Of course, it's impossible to track that, so it would have to just be like, you would have to trust that you got them all, but you don't really know for sure. Maybe you, like, there's a secret area or something that you just didn't even know existed. Use teamwork. There are some things that Donkey Kong can do that Diddy can't. And even though the Big Ape won't admit it, Diddy is better at some things of his own. Yeah, most things, if we're honest. Alright, we're almost at the end here. And then we can, yeah, Cranky's Get Good render, and then we can play the game. Wow, there's a game? I'm playing a game? I thought this was just a book. Wait. Okay, no, this does have the ending part. It just doesn't have the beginning part. Copy. You'd want to copy this game. I don't think it has the back page, though. Oh. Oh, whoa, okay. Hold on. Yeah, it doesn't have the back page, which is just a bunch of leaves. What the hell, man? Alright. We gotta learn about the making of Donkey Kong Country. What makes the graphics of Donkey Kong Country so cool? Every image that you see on the game screen was actually designed on Silicon Graphics Inc. workstations, the same powerful computers that were used to create computer animation in movies like Jurassic Park and Terminator 2: Judgment Day. Wow, I've seen both of those movies, which is crazy, because I, you know, haven't actually seen a lot of movies, but, you know, those are some good movies that I have seen. First, the artists for Donkey Kong Country created computer models of every character in the game. Computer models are basically three-dimensional images of the character that can be viewed on the computer from all directions and in any pose. The character pictures in this manual are what the computer models look like on a Silicon Graphics computer. The game designers took those models and translated the data into a format usable by the Super NES. The results are still spectacular and provide the most realistic and three-dimensional graphics ever seen in video games. We believe that this use of computers to design graphics will revolutionize the way games are made in the future, and Donkey Kong Country is just the beginning. I mean, they were pretty correct. Does anyone ever actually use these memo pages? Waste of paper if you ask me. That is a good question. So for anyone who grew up in a time where, like, instruction manuals were still commonplace, and they always came with these notes or memo pages at the end, did anyone ever actually write on them? Because I feel like they could have actually been useful. But I just, like, despite the fact that I defaced my manuals by gluing them together, I would never have, like, written in them. That was a step too far. Like, like, what are you gonna... You could write passwords and stuff. If it was a game that used passwords, I think that would have been super useful, but this game doesn't, so you just, like, write down. There's a bonus in a bonus, so you wouldn't forget about that. Alright, well, this has been great. We'll go back to this beautiful page here. Yeah, instruction manuals, like, again, going back to that conversation episode where they went over the manual to this game, and they actually, I think, recorded one just today where they talked about the DKC2 manual, which I'm not going to listen to until after we've gone through it ourselves, and that won't be for, like, 2 months, probably, at this point. But, like, they are, like, really special. Like, I know everyone who grew up in this era of, like, the SNES or the N64 or even the GameCube, when they were more detailed and commonplace, everyone misses instruction manuals. But it's easy to just kind of write that off as, like, a nostalgia thing. I mean, younger people might do that, but, like, God, they put so much, like, it really was part of the game in a really special way that just, like, is like a tangible, like, analog aspect of gaming that just doesn't really exist anymore, and it's kind of like games have lost a little bit of something that made them like a complete package, like a complete work of art. It's kind of interesting, but, like, so as we read the DKC manual, I mean, obviously not all games would lean into it this hard, but it was kind of a way of setting the tone of the game for you and like even advertising it to you a little bit. I mean, and you might say, you don't need to advertise the game to me, I already bought it, I'm gonna play it, but a lot of times you were just renting a game. So, you know, reading this manual and hearing about how cool and advanced this game that you're about to play is really kind of helps sell you on it and get you excited. And I think even Cranky's like self-deprecation, or it's not self-deprecation, it's just yes, it's like the one Lanky Kong reacts to the DK rap video. He's like, it's not self-deprecating, it was just me deprecating. But it's the opposite. It's not Cranky deprecating, it's just DKC deprecating. The point is, his insults kind of are like reverse psychology, where it's like, Cranky's always saying how fucking shit this game is, and it looks terrible, but like, it makes you want to say, no man, this looks awesome, this game looks cool as hell, I'm gonna prove this old man wrong, you know? So... Andre, I've been noticing like the posing of Cranky in front of Clump here is like, alright. You guys, you want to get a room? Anyway, I am going to go get myself some water, is what I'm going to get myself, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to play the game, Donkey Kong Country. Wow! So, enjoy the music. I'll put on some of the remixes again, I think, and then I will be back in a few minutes. But I will leave you with this lovely image right here. This song is really cool. This one's one of my favorites, but we will leave most of it for the next break, I think. Alright. That is enough of that. Okay, before I get started here, this is once again covering up the barcode from my from the video store in my hometown. But this is my copy of Donkey Kong Country, which I have had, again, not since I was super, super little, but since I was maybe 10 or so. And it is signed by Kev Bayless, who is the designer of Diddy Kong and the, you know, redesigner of Donkey Kong, you know, modern creator of modern Donkey Kong, and was involved in the creation of Kremlings, although Steve Mayles did end up, like, you know, designing and adapting most of them for DKC, but, so yeah. I have not met Steve Mayles in person. I would love that someday. I would really love for that to be a thing, but he has never come to a con near my area, so maybe someday. But yeah, let me put this in there. You know, I mean, look, you just never know on the internet, Andre. Well, okay, it's deciding that it's not going to turn on. Hold on. Curse of putting permanent marker ink on my cartridges strikes again. I tested this. Before we started, so I know it's going to work. Hold on, I shouldn't have taken it out of the Super Nintendo. There we go. Oh, thank goodness. I was gonna cry if it just decided to not work all of a sudden. I have to run and play it on my Switch instead. Now, I would say run and go get my Switch, but then I remembered that I actually have my Switch 1 down here still, so I didn't need to go anywhere. But... Alright, give me just 1 minute to settle in again here. Wow, now that we've played this, now we've read the instruction manual. I can't wait to play this great game and see what it's all about. Alright, I'm going to, You know, I don't think I've ever actually done that challenge successfully before, although I could. I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could beat this game deathless. But the thing is, like, I've beaten it in less than an hour, certainly, but I don't know if I've ever done a speedrun where I actually managed to not die the whole time. But if I were to try, I'm sure I could do it eventually, but that would be a fun challenge to do, to go back to sometime, but not right now, because I got other projects to work on, but one day. Alright, look at that! I have an empty file just waiting for me. I don't know why, but speedrun that I started and then just killed immediately before I did anything, I guess. I don't know. So, alright, number 2. We love Alterm 1-2 on this channel, so it's fate. I got my special banana honey juice. I got one of these for the first super long conversation I did for the Planet Core one, and it was like so good. And now when I do like a major Donkey Kong thing, I just want to get this juice every time. It's super tasty. It really gets me in the mood. Alright. I like just these as a sequence because it makes it look like they were fighting, but then they just like made up all of a sudden. It's I don't know, I feel like it could be like a meme format or something. It's like me and my bestie, and then like 2 seconds later, I don't know. DK does not have a DK on his tie yet. It's just red. Well, so we begin. Donkey Kong believes, you know, his life is at the lowest point it's ever been. His banana's stolen. His best friend squashed beneath the copious stomach and tits of a Kremling. He'll never be the same again. Donkey Kong in his hero's journey has reached that like part where, you know, it's a low point and he's got to start climbing back up. I didn't mean to go back in here, by the way, but it's kind of funny that he's just rubbing it in. But all's well, because when he goes back into his treehouse, there is a life balloon for him, and his picture of his girlfriend, and you know, his GIF painting that is animated for some reason, and very advanced. You know, I never noticed, not only is his painting animated, but it has like a fish. I mean, that it has, I know about the fish. It has like it like goes out of the frame, like the sails of the boat go out. It's like 3D too. It gets crazy. Yeah, we don't need to talk about the socks. I gotta say, you know, it's such a big inside fandom joke that he has these giant socks hanging off his bed. I never saw them as socks when I was a kid. I thought it was like a scarf. I thought it was maybe some kind of big, like it's striped. It looks like it would be a big scarf or something. I don't know. What's that? He's got like, it makes more sense for him to have a scarf than it has socks, I guess, because I don't know, maybe when he's cold in the winter he could wear socks and a scarf, but whatever. Do we know that they're socks? Oh, and the beach ball, by the way, sorry, I gotta go back in there, because the beach balls are, never mind, you can't go back in there, I forgot, you can't go back in. The beach balls that are in Bonanza, that you can see one of them in his house. Wait, Diddy's alive? Alright, it's all good. He has amnesia from being clumped, and he doesn't have trauma from it because he doesn't remember it, thankfully. Wow, I'm not getting the balloon, it's great. Yo, Kremlings. We did it, everybody. we saw a Kremling, we can stop playing now. There he is! I'll get revenge for Diddy. There both of him is. All two of them. Clump and Clump 2. So I gotta remember where all the bonuses in this game are, and fuck me, because I don't remember. You thought I was bad at remembering the bonuses in my favorite game of all time? Wait until you see me try to remember the bonuses in this game. Which, at least the nice thing is, we don't have to actually succeed at them. If we find a bonus, we can just bail if we don't want to do it. I'm not here for naughties, Andre. Naughties aren't Kremlings. They're affiliated, but it's not the naughty... What would you even call that? The naughty... No, I don't know. Come up with a name for a naughty-based project and you can do it. IT Major, how's it going? There he is again. We're on nipple watch. Alright, we did it. We beat the first level and I found all the bonuses. Let's go. We're making fantastic progress. 2 hours into the stream, I beat the first level of Donkey Kong Country. Oh. Alright. Now, there's a bonus here. I don't remember if it's a bonus or just a shortcut, but it's gonna involve falling off in a certain spot that I think I remember where it is. Like here? It better be here. If okay, thank God. That was about to be not good. It's a follow. I don't care. I mean, yes, any level with Rambi in it is going to be very convenient for finding bonuses because you can just, like, rub him into stuff. But not every level has a convenient Rambi. There's one down here, too. Okay, maybe I'm better at this than I thought. Naughties through the generations. Yeah, because you don't have to do the wind-up in this game. You have to do it in DKC 2, though. So it's more convenient in this game. It's actually easier to find stuff with Rambi. And the rain stops. Wow! This is easy. What a fast game. Naughty... It has to... Okay, but it has to be something that, like, starts with an N. Because similar to how the Kremling Kronology, and then you can, like... It would actually start with a CH, but you can make it into a K. So it has to be something that starts with an N, but then you can do the, like, GN thing. Introducing the prequel to the best game ever made! Here's the funny thing. This is still my second favorite DKC game. And I know you think, Courtney, you're crazy. The first DKC isn't even that good compared to what would come later. But this game is just so special to me. I just love it. It has such good vibes. It always makes me happy to revisit this game. It established so many things that I love that came back in, you know, like other games like Donkey Kong Bonanza. Even, you know, we've talked about kind of like specific things like the way certain layers in Bonanza, like some of the smaller ones, like the junction or the divide or whatever, have this like more just vibes where it's either like really peaceful or really ominous. That is something that kind of feels more like something out of this game, where you get some more ambient music that's just kind of like either really calming or really off-putting. So this game has a unique feel to it that I think Bonanza did a really good job of replicating in certain parts, you know. So when I talk about Bonanza, like bringing back stuff from this game, it's not just specific like characters or whatever, but even some more like subtle stuff like that. I feel like there was probably another bonus in here that I missed. I always remember that I liked to speedrun this one. It was kind of fun to like know exactly. There's like rolls you can do. Yeah, I did miss something. To like roll past some of the tires and stuff. Naughty knowledge, yes, very good. Yes, I was, Dreamer, although I had to do a double take at your sentence because, for a second, I thought you said Kremling animatronics, like they were adding Kremling animatronics to the theme park, and At this point, I would believe it. And I was like, I missed that shit, but... you know what? Yes, I would be hyped to see that. I know we already did this bonus, but I'm just doing it again. At this point, I would believe anything. No, it wasn't even, I mean, it was a typo, but, like, that was just me also misreading it by trying to stream and read my chat at the same time, so that wasn't on you. Oh, this one? I don't think I did. Did I do this one? Yes, I did. There's 3 bonuses in here? But yes, all the Nintendo Today stuff, like, maybe I shouldn't have spoiled it for myself and I should have just let it happen. Like, I finally downloaded that app after, you know, not doing it for months. And then they were like, we added a Donkey Kong theme. And I'm like, alright, Nintendo, you got me. You got me to look at your little news app every day just so I can see these animations on my phone. So, maybe I shouldn't have spoiled it and I should have just let them all, like, happen to me, but... I couldn't resist, you know? Once I saw that they were all data mined, I had to see all of them. Because some of them are so good. And, it's gotta be, like, down here, right? I don't think I would have been able to avoid the spoilers anyway, because people were posting them all over social media, including myself now, but I do have my little spoiler tag, so... It's like I was saying to someone, it is a kind of clever way to do this. People have been like, you know, sorry to anyone who didn't know this, but they will come up. We will talk about Bonanza spoilers in this whole stream series. Like, it's kind of hard to not talk about the whole thing in context without having the context of what's happened recently, but it's an interesting way to, like, softly rip the band-aid off of. People are like, how are they gonna finally acknowledge K. Rool is back publicly? How are they gonna acknowledge that the Kremlings are a part of the DK series again publicly? So this is a very interesting way to go about it, where it's technically kind of a more public thing. It's like Nintendo's news app. But the only people who are going to see this are people using this theme, who would ostensibly be big DK fans to begin with, many of whom probably have played Bonanza, unless they just don't have a Switch 2 yet, so... It wouldn't be spoilers for most of the people seeing it, but it is technically, like, more public, so they can sort of, like, softly tiptoe into acknowledging this stuff. I think that's a pretty cool way to do it. And you can... What? There was just a balloon there, wasn't there? Am I crazy? And so they're kind of just, like, tiptoeing into being more public about this stuff, and then one day they'll just reveal that K. Rool is in one of the Mario Sports spin-offs. Yo, On Guard's twin, Epee. That's the name I like for On Guard's twin. You know what? I feel like I could turn the music of the game up a little bit, you know? Tell me if you think it's, like, drowning out my voice or anything, but I think we're good. The Croctopus was such an asshole. He just, like, popped the balloon. Sorry, I'm, like, trying to suppress a sneeze. The underwater levels, like, don't have any bonuses in them. I'm pretty sure. Oh, we've almost gotten to the part where the Kremlings are supposedly hiding in that corner over there. They're gonna pop out at us. I do believe all of the enemies can be, I mean, all of the animal buddies can be manually dismounted. Including On Guard, I just, like, don't do it. Can I just say that blue critters are my favorite? Look at... when we see another one, but they're, like, so pretty. I just always love the particular blue that they are. Get might be... Oh, fuck. I think I might have fucked it up. Probably gonna have to come back through. Now, I'm pretty sure one of the bonuses in this level is just like, shoot yourself at the wall, dummy. So we'll hopefully remember where it is. Epee, yeah. That's just the name that I... Here they are. Look at how pretty they are. I don't know, I just love the particular blue. Like, it's so vibrant. I'm like, dang, it's a nice color. I didn't get shit in that level. I didn't get any bonuses. Going back in. I'm not going to take the shortcut this time, since maybe there was something down here that I just didn't get. I don't think so, though. I don't think there's anything down here. It's just like, in a future DKC game, there would absolutely be something over there, and you'd have to, like, fly over there with Dixie, but I don't think there is. It's so sussy. I guess there's that. I don't care about that, though. I was on the tree. Something down there. I thought there was a part where you had to shoot yourself into the wall. But it didn't really have an opportunity to do so. Maybe... These barrels are like so slow, it's ridiculous. Point, point. Here it is. Okay, here it is. This is it, for sure. There we go. Look, it's late, and if I want to get through this game, I, can't just go about actually doing every bonus. I don't need to. Put that down. There we go. That's it. Hi, Forsty. How's it going? I spent 2 hours just talking about this game and looking at the instruction manual. Now we're actually playing it. I think that's everything, right? I can just leave. Okay. Alright. You know, before we go to our first boss, our first very challenging boss, we should talk to all of our Kong friends, such as Cranky. Now, we can revisit him in every world, but just like Bonanza, he's gonna say the same stuff. Except at least in Bonanza, he says a little bit of different stuff. Hey, but a leap of faith is all it takes to find Winky in Barrel Cannon Canyon. Yeah, that's the Winky he's talking about. It's the one that I just pointed out. The one, you know, beyond that big, vast chasm. It's been nice talking to you guys. Whoa, thanks, Cranky. Wow. I forgot he said something nice sometimes. You can find the fun in Ropey Rampage between a rock and a hard place. Look out for disguised holes on the ground and jump on them from a great height. Hey, Sonny, speak up. I can't hear you. You know, I actually did remember that specific bonus at the end of Ropey Rampage because of that hint, because that hint is stuck in my mind for, like, all these years. So, yes, I do know about the rock and the hard place. Alright, well, we'll visit Funky later. I don't know if we'll ever need to, because I don't know if we'll need to travel around, but... Alright, here's a Bayonetta Kong. She's all legs. Hey, 13 minutes and already 14% done. That's like more than a percentage point per minute. We're making great speed here. Look, I don't have time to do all the bonuses, but we do have time to talk to our friends, because that's what's most important in life, right? I guess we'll go visit Funky now and just say hi. Whoa, dudes, my name's Funky Kong. My bodacious jumbo barrel can launch you to any point on the island. Most unfortunately, it can only send you to a place you've already been to. Which is a complete and total bummer, let me tell ya. Whoa, dudes. I guess you can't go anywhere now, because you ain't been anywhere else. Alright. It is kind of a bummer. My favorite thing about this map screen is that they went into the water for, like, no reason at all. Like, look at this. Okay, look at the way the path goes here. They could have just gone down and then gone up to Funky. Like, why did they go into the water? They just go into the water and they come right back out of the water. Maybe they just wanted to, you know, like, take a bath. Like, maybe the cave was really gross and damp and dank and they wanted to wash off. I don't know. This, like, maybe they wanted to swim through and take a shortcut past Barrel Cannon Canyon, because that level's kind of annoying. But then they decided, like, we can't do that. We can't swim that far, so they had to give up and go back out. Yeah, Funky went through a gun nut period. He had a phase. Alright, very naughty. See ya. See ya next time. Look, the Gangplank Galleon is growing ever closer. I don't think you can see it at all in the beginning, but now you can see it. It's there. Hi! Monkey Mines. What is this? Donkey Kong Bonanza? This level is actually very short from what I remember from my speedrunning days. And we don't need to get Winky on his own walkway. Sorry, like, we're already at the halfway point. I guess we should get Winky at some point. Bye. If we had Winky, we could get all those bananas, but... Just feel like playing this DK for a bit. I'm sure I won't regret this. Is that the only bonus there is? Alright. You know what, Mikachu? That actually kind of makes sense. I believe that. Alright, our first minecart level. And we can take a shortcut to the end here if we want, but I think there's probably some bonuses along the way, so we don't want to do that. Are there bonuses? Oh, there's a bonus now! There's no way to get out of these quickly, I don't think, so... We're gonna have so many lives. And it's not even like DKC 2 where we're gonna beat the final boss and then have to do the Lost World and all of our lives will get taken away. All of the, like, 70 lives we had amassed up to that point is gone. Not that I needed them. How do you get to these? I always forget how you get to... There we go. Here's 3. I don't remember where the actual big on guard is, though. This was always the one as a kid that I tried to do the least because it was the least fun to me. I like the other ones. Wow. Alright. Are there really no bonuses on this level? Can I really just skip it? Who wants to play a minecart level in Donkey Kong Country? the most iconic level type outside of the jungles, probably. Alright. Alright, thank you. Look, I could skip past Bouncy Bonanza! What? What? We will skip Stop and Go Station just because it's funny, but we'll come back and do the... It is the Rock Crocs only level, so we kind of have to do it for the Kremling Kronology, you know? I have found the big fish, but I don't remember where he is. I've said this before, but this level is what introduced me to the word bonanza in my life, and so the fact that there is now a Donkey Kong game named that is really coming full circle. I always associated that word with Donkey Kong Country whenever I heard it in any other context anyway, because that's where I had first heard it. So, it's pretty great. It just all comes together. Yeah. I like how Diddy's throwing a fit, but DK is just, like, quietly disappointed in him. He's just not even bothering to shake his head, honestly. He's just staring. Okay, well, I guess I'm not saving because it's tires. Decided to be a little delinquent. Just rush on ahead. Wow. It is for sure. There's Winky, okay? Everybody happy now? I think this counts as a bonus, so I wanted to get him... I don't know if it does, actually. I assume it does. It's got the bonus music playing and it's a separate room, so... I think it is. Everybody happy now? We got the frog. It is weird to see Bonanza spelled with an O at this point in my life. Winky is a slippery little fella. Oh, okay. Alright, I guess we win that battle. If you ever have, like, a giant wasp situation, like you got a wasp hive in your yard or garage or something, just throw a frog at it. Apparently the frog is going to win every time. From any angle. Oh, I don't think I need the tire if I have Winky, but... Do we need the combined force? Well... It's fine. Now this is a bouncy bonanza right here. For all 2 seconds of it. Alright, we've fulfilled our Winky quota. Yeah, the water was very red in the On Guard bonus. It's all the blood of, you know... On Guard's being... He is a swordfish, so he's being haunted by the blood of all of the enemies he's skewered over the years. This homemade icy thing ended up being really thick. It hasn't, even after all this time, still hasn't, like, melted entirely. Alright, everybody. Time for the secret that really saved my life when I was a kid, because this level scared the shit out of me, and then once I learned about this, I was like, yes. Every time I play this game, I don't have to do this level again. But we will play the whole level. Especially because... Well... In the speedrun, you would get to skip it, but you have to do this part, so you still had to do, like, a little teeny bit. Alright. Wait, it's not exclamation marks. There actually is a bonus in here. It's our first claptrap. So this is also the intro of claptraps in this level, I guess. Just look at them. Terrifying. But they kind of just look like they want to give you a hug. Like, the way they have their arms, just like... That's okay. Look, so we get to spend some time with the Rock Crocs, whether or not we wanted to. I guess we have to. They are cool. So, I always had this headcanon for them, and by always, I mean, I don't know, I probably came up with this when I was in, like, middle school or something, where I like to think of them as being golems that were created by the Kremlings at some point, so, like, a way to reinforce their army, where they were just made out of mud, rocks, dirt, what have you, and magically brought to life, so they're not, like, really organic beings, but it's kind of unclear, so I'd be interested in hearing other people's thoughts on rock crocs, because boy, this is the only point we're ever gonna see them is in this level, so you got any thoughts on rock crocs, you better let them loose. And because of them being magically created, I thought that maybe tied into the reason that, like, they're activated by certain colors of light and stopped by other colors of light. It's a way of, like, controlling them so they don't get out of hand. Okay, I want to say that I always liked how they, like, well, I really fucked myself now, but it's fine. How, like, when this platform falls, he kind of just, like, is bouncing. Like, he just, like, it falls faster than the rock croc lump. What's the bonus situation here? I'm concerned. It's here. It's, like, around here somewhere, right? Some things never change. God, that shoots you up so far. That's interesting. They made them vulnerable. I want to see what it looks like when you kill one of them. Do they just kind of, like, do they have like an like death animation, or do they just kind of like get bumped off? We can draw them. I will say, the meme pointing image in the novelization, which we're gonna get to next week, the meme Kremling pointed, that is supposed to be a rock croc. That's not actually a critter. That was supposed to be a rock croc at that point in the story, so I'm sure we will use that image many, many times. I need to, like, have a version of it that I can just pull up. Oh, fuck, my first death! Cranky mode destroyed. I need to have a version of that I can just pull up on my stream at any point. Ow! That's me. Dan Owson. Okay, we did it. We got back. You know, I guess that was the only bonus, probably, so I probably could have just left after that, but we got back to the end, everybody. We survived the terror. What? There's another one? Oh, God. Ah. We are spending so much more time with them than I anticipated. Now, that looks like a prime spot for a bonus, but I don't see any barrels around here. It's gotta be, like, just falling into a pit at some point. I'm trying to keep an eye out, but I don't see any. They're not always visible, of course. Did he know? Is that it? It's a suspicious... Aw, they're hanging out. Walking the dog. So, like, is there, like, a tire or something? There's a suspicious line of bananas there, but, like, what am I supposed to do about that? Oh, there's a tire. Alright, alright. He's coming. Ah! I'm so smart. I'm so smart. I got simian sense. Alright, that has to be it. Okay, alright. Over to Millstone Mayhem. Crusher! Our first Crusher. 2 of them. 3 of them? Into the Crusher pit you go. Whoa! Oh, okay. I don't remember exactly what the speed strat for this level was, but it was kind of wacky. That was stupid. I was looking at the background. I'm not kidding. I was looking at the background. The temple levels are really pretty. I like them a lot. I always liked the music and the vibes. I like these urns. I don't know. Alright. This is gonna be... Okay, we did it. Rare! I'll do this one. Thanks, Rare. Uh-oh, we're headed towards another on guard bonus. I have regrets. What have I done? The clock is really ticking for Victor, because either they're gonna add DK64 to Nintendo Switch Online. I wasn't paying attention. Before I get to it again, or he's gonna have to play Monkey Smash with me. Another mosh pit. I guess only DK can do that. Yeah, we needed that tire. Okay, I wonder if we can get back up there. I feel like we can't. And I'm going to die trying. Ah! Oh, we did it! Okay. That was so close. Alright. Okay. I think we can probably jump from here. I don't know. Yeah, we can do it. By DK. It was worth the sacrifice. Now, I don't think this is actually a bonus or anything, but we do get Winky again! We killed DK for Winky's sake. Winky can just, like, nuts don't harm him, bees don't harm him. He just jumped off a nut. Just kicked that nut, sent it flying. I miss Naughties. I love Naughties a lot. I like beavers. Oh! Alright, you know. How are you even supposed to manage that jump with Winky, though? Like, I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to do that. Alright. Speaking of nuts, I think I got all the bonuses in this area. Hi, cabin. I love how many characters in this game, when you hit them, their eyebrows, or like the brows part of their, you know, whatever covers their eyes, like just comes straight off. Like they don't really have eyebrows per se, they just have like skin on the top of their eyes, but it just, that's how they express their shock. She slip her mini necky into, I don't know, until I necky's nuts. Yep, it's getting closer. Slowly. You know, the winds are not favorable, I guess. The tides are against it. It's very slowly getting here. Traveler, hi! How's it going? You know, I was a little behind, but I finally listened to the rest of the Donkey Kong Island's DLC episode, and you should tell Professor Chops that I found the call very amusing. It was great. I really like the forest music, by the way. I feel like it's kind of one of the unsung ones of this game that doesn't always get the most attention, but it's one of my favorites. And I feel like there's like snatches of it in Bonanza and the Forest Layer, as there should be, so. I like doing these because they're kind of fun, you know? There's like a really, oh, here we go. There's a really long one. It's like Rareware or Nintendo or something. I don't remember what it is, but they got like an extra long one somewhere. Yeah, I appreciated the Tag Barrel music for sure. Now this one is my favorite, so I'm okay with doing it. I just like flapping back and forth and getting all of these. This was like the original, like, dopamine rush. I just feel like collecting all of these was... It's a animal buddy slop. But I do love it. Alright, let's see if I can make it over there in time. Ah, nope. Not quite. Oh, it's on the other side, isn't it? Yeah, this is just like a little extra, but it's on the other side. I'll probably get there again. That's true. When Professor Chops said my name, I felt like a real celebrity. I don't like this one because, you know, we talk about how in DK64 they're always making you attack claptraps. Like, there's so many bonuses around hurting claptraps, but I guess that started all the way back here. But at least here they didn't make, like, pathetic dog noises. I always found this one to be one of the more fun ones, though. I like bouncing on them and trying not to, like, get chomped in return. Even though I do feel bad about it, but it's fun. I like how they get faster. They just disappear. Alright, bye. I genuinely, okay, when it comes to speedrunning, there's a thing that I, like, don't know if Hyle, like, just doesn't understand or if he's always just doing a perpetual bit. But he seems to not understand that speedrunners are going to spend longer in a game than, like, pretty much any casual player ever will because of all the practice and the runs and stuff. Like, it's not like they just decide to do one speedrun and, like, once a month or something, and they beat the game in, like, 30 minutes, and they're just like, alright, till next month. Like, you know? Because I learned to speedrun this game, and I learned to speedrun DKC too, I have spent so much more time with them than I would have otherwise, even though they are, you know, DKC2 is my favorite game, this is another of my favorite games, but, like, how often am I gonna replay them just casually just cause? Like, once a year or something? But when I was speedrunning, I was playing them, like, you know, hours upon hours at a time, like, day after day. Because he's always like, you know, I don't, you know, I appreciate what speedrunners do, but I like spending time with the game, and it's like, speedrunners spend a lot of time with the game. Maybe not necessarily with every single aspect of the game, because there's some they you know, skip entirely, but... I may spend less time grabbing the Quox's grubby little claws, little talons, but I still say hi to them when I drop down past them, you know? You know, I could kind of see Nintendo announcing something like Mario Kart DLC at the Game Awards, I guess. I don't know, they don't seem to be, like, super involved with them lately, with the Game Awards in general, and with announcing things there. So, it's not the kind of thing I would expect to happen, but, like, I could kind of see it happening, I guess. Like, you know, they did use it in the past to announce Smash DLC, so maybe they would use it for Mario Kart DLC. I think a lot of people view the Game Awards these days as, like, kind of scummy, and, like, people that I know in the gaming community kind of treat it as a joke, but that doesn't mean that, like, you know, obviously lots of people still take it seriously, and it's mainstream gaming press-wise still a big deal, so... I always like the particular blue that's used in the background of these levels, just a random thing to point out, but like the way the blue in the back contrasts against the silhouettes of the trees and the houses and the like light coming out of the houses, and like the brown of the barrels in the foreground, which is more like a warm brown. I don't know, just like the colors in this level in particular, so good. Also, I think this is bait. I'm like 99% sure if I shoot this here, I'm going to die, but I'm gonna try it anyway because I'm not entirely sure. Okay, no, it's not. I feel like there's something out there that is... Maybe it's because if you just, like, fall from above, you die, but you have to know that you have to shoot yourself there from the side, you know? When is the Game Awards? It's like... Is it this... When is it? I know it's soon, but I don't even care, so I don't know what day it is. I always know it's, like, early to mid-November... I mean, December. That's when I used to do DK64, but... It's usually on a day when I have to work. I don't know why they don't do it on the weekend or something. Yeah, I guess the Game Awards tends to be for more, like, people who think they're cool. I don't know. I feel like Mario Kart's pretty universal, though. We were talking about this earlier, Traveler, but I think doing it on the Nintendo Today app on a specific theme that only people who are really into Donkey Kong are likely to be using in the first place, or at least really interested in Donkey Kong. I think that's a clever way to, like, kind of soft launch the K. Rool rebirth. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Re-reveal. God, why do I suck at this level? The nice thing is that most of these levels in this game are quite short, so if you get to the end and you missed a bonus, it's like not too bad to redo things. What the... This level is where it's all falling apart. Oh god, the power flickered. That's not good. If I keep losing lives in this level, I'm gonna need to dip into that bonus again and try to get some more. Dude, saved! Rare being nice. Unbelievable. They knew this one was a little tricky, so they're like, alright, we'll We'll give you a freebie on this one. This level is making me feel so washed. I'm gonna get to, like, the snow levels, and it's just gonna be a disaster. Alright. Yeesh. Hi, Linux. How's it going? I need to refuel myself with some banana juice after that one. Yeah, I love how they just dug the, like, unshadowed, the unobscured Frederick render out of the archives and just slapped it on there. Frederick aura farming. I like the gray critters too. They're either like black or dark gray, however you want to interpret it, but now, I think there's a bonus in this level in one of these parts, but I think it's in the part with all the neckies. Oh, I got ad break coming up. I think I can get through this level first, hopefully. Kind of lost track of time. I don't know, this level is kind of long as far as they go. I am playing the Super Nintendo version on my cartridge that I've had since I was a kid. On my Super Nintendo that I've had since I was a kid, so I have a capture card. I honestly can't tell you a ton about the technical aspects of it, because my husband is the expert at all that stuff and always sets things up for me, so I don't know. I wasn't looking on that one. Okay, I think, is there also a bonus around here? Whenever someone asks me a technical question about my stream, I'm like, I don't know. I handle all the art stuff for my stream. He handles all the technical stuff. I handle all the art stuff for his stream, too. Not all of it, actually. He made the 3D model of his little mascot. He made the 3D model of his face that he uses. But I made all his emotes. But, you know, Victor does a surprising amount of his own artistic stuff when he wants to. He likes making little 3D models in particular, little low-poly things. Well, the Frederick art is like an old version. It's like an old render. It was just like shadow, like you could see the snowmads in front of him before, but he was all cloaked in shadow. Like someone posted it. It's like an old, and unless they just never actually had an unshadowed version and they only had the old asset or something, and they had to like completely make a new version from scratch where they were like, okay, we're gonna remake this. But I think it's just they had an alternate version that's never been shown before. Anyway, I need a break. I will be back soon. See ya. So the lights are flickering again. I'm gonna be so mad if we have a, I better start saving, but if we have a, blackout basement situation. I am literally in the basement, but, you know, if the power goes out, and if I suddenly disappear, it's because I lost power, so sorry. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but if it does, if I, you know, suddenly have to just, you know, if I go offline, I'll have to finish this some other time, but hopefully it doesn't happen. I better hustle and get through this. We're all being haunted. I gotta get through this level so I can get to Candy and save. This level also scared me as a kid. Not as much as the rock crocs, but being chased by a beaver in a big wheel that could, like, crush and kill you and crush all your bones into powder. That's pretty scary. It's pretty fucked up. I gotta say that beavers in real life are, like, one of the cutest animals. I really love beavers, and it's funny to imagine a beaver just, like, running on a wheel like this and then coming to kill you. Thank you, helpful banana arrow. Alright, this time I'm not gonna... I'm gonna let him have this one. I'm gonna let him have this win. I don't feel like going through all that. Oh! Okay, well. Also, people who get to win. That guy better leave. Okay. He could have just stopped Donkey Kong forever by staying there. But he was like, okay, well, I guess my job is done. I missed a bonus, but I'm gonna save first, and then I'm gonna go back and find it. Candy, there's only one monkey here. Oh man, my time is now bigger than my percentage points. Fun fact about Donkey Kong Land is that you might think it was sort of a afterthought, you know, like seeing this game's success. They were like, whoa, we gotta make a Game Boy version. They just like threw it together real fast. Not the case. Another thing I learned from listening to the Donkey Kong Country in Summer of '94 conversation is, they, in the Nintendo Power, oh, I remember this bonus. For some reason, I certainly remember it. Oh, because you get espresso here. That's why. In the Nintendo Power where they, like, reveal Donkey Kong Country after it had been revealed at the, like, trade show, they mentioned Donkey Kong Land in that very... Like, before this game was even out, they were already working on Donkey Kong Land. So, oh, it's Orangutan Gang! The level with, like, 7 bonuses in it. This is great. I can never remember where all this shit is. We're gonna be here a while. So yeah, they were working on Donkey Kong Land, like, as a companion piece to this game. You know, it didn't come out for like half a year or something afterwards, but they were... I don't know, I had to see if there's something over there. You know, I like to think that the Kremlings traveled all over the world in their, you know, early days of first developing shipcraft and stuff. They went all over the place. They learned from everybody. They were like Mr. Worldwide. Espresso can't even get those bananas! He was so fast, he ran off the edge. Andre, have you ever watched the like, Kremlantis lore tour video? Because I'm pretty sure Heil, like, made that exact, like, hypothesis. Maybe the fact that there are, like, maybe the proof that Kremlings are real has been before us this whole time. Like, the fact that, like, Egyptians worshipped, like, crocodile-headed humans, like, you know? We ignore the evidence that's right in front of us at our own peril. The creators of Donkey Kong Country were trying to bring us the truth. And this is why, you know, the Kremlings were not included in games for many years, because they were trying- people were trying to suppress the truth so it wouldn't get back out there, but times are changing. I still haven't found a single bonus in this level, and I know there's, like, there's a lot. There's a concerning amount, and I am concerned. What? Okay, hold on. I gotta get rid of this guy. He just spawns in. Okay, because I gotta get up here. I don't even think this has to do with any bonuses anyway, because it's just like getting stuff out of the ground. I can't even... Do I really have to like jump from... I'm too low now, whatever. Okay, Espresso, you stay there. I don't even... Oh, I see something, hold on. No, that's just a tire! I thought we had found the truth. Okay. This has to be something. If we take the barrel down here. They were real sickos when they decided to make this level. And just decide, like, this is the level we're gonna put all the bonuses in. You know all those levels that don't have bonuses at all, like the underwater levels? This is where all the extra bonuses went. This is the level, the home of lost bonuses. The home of wandering bonuses. They make their way over here. Now Espresso's gone. Thanks a lot. I guess I could have taken him in there. Now, the real question we need to be asking ourselves today is Grumpy Kong a Manky Kong? Like, he is, right? He's gotta be like one of these guys. I don't know. We're gonna have to go through this level like 5 times. This always happens. I don't know. I thought there might be something down there. Good night. It is a good level to go to bed, because this is a sunset. It makes you sleepy. Should, like, save this level for last or something. The culmination, come back and get all the bonuses. There's nothing down there. I'm not just gonna fall down every hole in this level. You'd think they'd at least do me the kindness of making a bonus sort of visible. I'm just gonna go back this way. Let's see. We're in the parade. Oh! We go back all the way to the beginning of the level with Espresso. I like how when you stop moving with Espresso, he like looks at the camera immediately, like it's instant. Okay, I'm doing this. I told you! Haha! Winky! That's Winky. That's Winky, alright. And that's okay, because we had gone back to, like, the beginning of the level anyway, so might as well do this. I could use a few extra lives after throwing so many of the garbage in the garbage as I try to find bonuses here. Just, throwing myself into holes. And dying, falling off edges. The combo of, like, trying to get Winky to bounce successfully off a tire, it's just, like, two things that are, I don't know. They're too similar to each other and it just doesn't work out. Alright, so we got this, that was the beginning one, right? That we just got. Oh, it puts me here. Was this like where the halfway point was? Fuck! Fuck! Why did I even get it? Okay, maybe we'll find the thing this time. I'm just gonna dedicate this whole time to, like, looking for the big on guard. I don't know where it is. Just rubbing myself against the walls. Well, this is the one. Is it up here? That looks like a place I can go. I've been here before. Maybe it's over here. No. Where is Big on guard? Is he real? Well, I guess next time we do this, I'll look down here on the bottom. Yeah. It's like the one area I didn't check. Well, okay, how come it puts me here now? What? I don't understand. What the hell? So what, I found like 2 bonuses in here? I don't know how many... That Claptrap was also moonwalking. No, Espresso's like gone too. Why the hell did it like respawn me there earlier? That weird spot. That wasn't even like that midway point of the level. I don't... What? Oh my god, that Mankey Kong, like, flew so far. I thought it was Donkey Kong for a second. I was like, what the hell is happening? I, like, thought I was clipping through the ground. Okay, there doesn't appear to be anything down there. You gotta take a few falls sometimes. For the glory of those bonuses. Gotta crack a few eggs if you want to make an omelet. Just like the queen banana bird, you know? Wow! Anything down here? I'm gonna die, dude. I can't even go down there. Okay. Thank you, tree, for saving me. I guess there's nothing. I don't even understand what happened there. Bro! Can I even beat this level? I did. Okay. I just want to check, like, I don't know. If you get, like, there's, like, 5 bonuses in this level. If you get, like, 3 out of 5, it should just give you the exclamation mark. It's, like, it's good enough. You got a passing score. Okay, hold on. Hold on a sec. I got ideas here. Like, how many places are there to... This level's only so big. I do miss speedrunning this game, because, like, doing those roll chains where you kind of just, like, hover in the air is really goddamn satisfying. So I think I need to take a barrel, and I think I need to take that barrel all the way past where that Monkey Kong was and take it all the way over here. That's still not the end of it, though. Good night. I might have to move on from this level and come back to it just for the sake of my own sanity. I'm gonna be here for, like, this entire time until the next break. I don't think this is the last barrel that I get, but just in case, I'm gonna kind of clear everybody out. No, yeah, there's more. It's I think it's this one. All right. Does he respawn? No. Ah! All right. But there's more! You can't really fly, but Espresso the ostrich can flutter about. Oh, that's about the size of it. Okay, bye! Thanks, Cranky. Can you tell me where the bonuses in this level are? Could you be a little more helpful? Alright, bunched up near the end. Let's just hustle back. Alright, what happens if I... over here? Oh, whoa, wait a second. I think that's a place I haven't been. I'm not sure where that was exactly. I'd have to backtrack to get Espresso, but hopefully I can just get under there somehow. So yeah, I've been down here. Yeah, there's not one on top of the other, but there is... Yeah, I need to be able to get up there. Woo! Okay, buddy. Alright. Oh wait, no, this is just the normal. Okay. I see. Okay, so where was that weird area with the barrel that I was at? Where was that? Lower? Lower, like down there? Like down here? Or somewhere. I mean, I might as well fall down there and die. Okay. Okay. So, the question is, which side is it here? Because I don't have Diddy, so I'm just gonna... Okay! I was trying to throw it at the other wall, but alright. Alright. Thank you. I think there's, yeah, there's like 5, right? That was 4! Where was that weird barrel zone I was just at? Was that a place I've already been and I just didn't recognize it because I was getting there from like a weird... I'm gonna fall down here. Okay, well that wasn't it. "50% of this VOD. Orangutan gang." You know what? So... this might be where Lanky Kong is from, right? So I bet he hit all these bonuses. Because he's a real jokester. He's a real prankster. So... sorry, I thought that was the spot, but I went the wrong way. I mean, it's a very pretty level, and I like the way it works. I like the, you know, like, sort of Donkey Kong callback, jumping over barrels thing, but I just, don't... Why'd they put so many bonuses in this level? They needed to dial it back a little bit. So, like, go back to the place I was. Nintendo was like, we're selling this game based on how many bonuses are in it, because we're counting them as levels. So, you gotta put some more bonuses. Like, find some places in your game where you can put some more bonuses in there. Oh, right, I can't go in there, that's right. Rare was like, fine, we're just gonna pick a level. I know I've done this one, right? I don't think it's... could be on the other side. Okay, I'm gonna start over here. I'm gonna get espresso. I'm gonna fly around. I was honestly dreading this level the most because I refused to look up where the bonuses are, but I knew I was gonna have this problem. Because I don't 100% this game enough, 101% this game enough in my life to just know off the top of my head where all this stuff is. That's why I only speedran any percent, thank you very much. We went for a surprisingly long way. We can also just backtrack a little bit and get them right. Just right here. Alright, so we're gonna do this. Alright, hold on. Hold the fuck on. What's going on here? If I go over here. Whoa, okay, hold on. This is the area I was at before, right? Okay. I think this has to be it. Yeah, there's like 3 of them here. That's new. Alright. I don't think I discovered any... Oh god, we're free. Holy moly, that literally took like 30 minutes. Anyway, I don't think I discovered any glitches in this game as a kid, no. Wasn't until DK64 that I started just happening upon glitches on accident on my own because DK64 does that to anyone. I would occasionally get like a miscolored sprite throughout the DKC series, but that would be like the most of it. Oh! I forgot the safe way through the shark pit. This one was hug the left wall, I think, for the most part. I'm just not getting animal buddy tokens anymore at this point. Whoa, God! The frickin' machine gun of Clambos. You discovered that glitch? That's cool. I guess you were just like messing around and mashing buttons on your controller for fun. Pissed her off. This is the last one, right? Alright. Did he, like, kill stealing? She rumble on my bumble till I be. Oh boy. Gorilla Glacier. This is where things start really getting nuts. It's slow-moving necky. I don't want this. I don't want it. Let me just jump and just end this. Didn't want it anyway. Why do I have, like, a distinct memory of, like, calling into a conversation to talk about how I liked Gorilla Glacier, actually? Am I crazy? I don't know what the context of that would have been. I don't know what, like, episode that would have been or anything. I just know that at some point I was, like, called upon... No! It was... Okay, I remember what it was. It's when they were doing those, like, ranking things. And they were, like, ranking all of the, like, ice worlds in the Donkey Kong universe. And that was when I was still, like, posting on the DK Vine forums, at least sometimes. And so I ranked Gorilla Glacier pretty highly, actually, which was an unpopular opinion. But you know what? I actually like how much of a difficulty jump this is. I think it's cool, and I think, I'm like Cranky Kong, and, like, if you don't like it, you should consider getting good. I just, you know, it's really cool how... The music is, like, so goddamn good, and the way the snow picks up as you're, like, going throughout, which also mirrors the difficulty increase. Hey, Crusha. It's neat. I love this world, and I love, like, this level in particular, even though I hate it at the same time. Flexin'. Still got it, baby. I hope I didn't, like, miss any bonuses by doing that. I don't think I did. Alright, get me out of here. Ah! I missed a bonus somewhere. I'll come back to that one. Why, hello, Poop Donkeyson. Appropriate name. Poop Donkeyson sounds like something that Cranky would call DK. I don't have time to, like, try on all these bonuses anymore. I'm doing great. I get to play Donkey Kong Country, so it's a pretty good day. It's Friday. I do have to get up at a decent hour tomorrow, which isn't my ideal Saturday, but that's okay. I'm going on a little bit of a Christmas shopping spree tomorrow, so that'll be fun. But mostly I gotta take my dog to get groomed, and then while I'm out, I'm just gonna use this as an excuse to go shopping. I gotta try to find some gifts for Victor. It gets harder every year. Like, the difficulty level of Christmas increases every year for me because Victor is hard to buy gifts for. And it just gets harder as time goes on. Like, is it here? Okay. Oh, this is the really long one. This is the Nintendo one. Fuck it. I don't have time for that. Oh, I've heard of that game. How is it? I did find the, like, jumping back and forth really quickly between those red ropes to be one of the hardest things in this game when I was younger. It's just, like, it requires a certain level of, like, dexterity that can be just kind of hard when you're younger, I guess. It's like, I gotta move my hands that fast? That doesn't seem right. But I love this level, and it's, like, the only level in the game that has this aesthetic and this music. Another reason why I would rate Gorilla Glacier highly, because it has this in it. Whoa, hello. The blue boys. I thought that wasn't gonna work out well for me, but it did. No! Okay, well, I guess maybe I want to go in and try and find the big on guard finally, but I'm not gonna get those unless they're, like, forced on me, honestly. I fucked up. Way to go. Way to go! See, I knew that's what you're supposed to do, but I feel like when I was a kid I had difficulty, like, just moving my hands back and forth on the controller that quickly, consistently. But then I got good, because you know what taught me the most extreme dexterity? Is that Mario Party 3 minigame, Ridiculous Relay, when you have, like, the middle part, the Water Strider part, where it's like, up A, down A, up B, down B. I feel like that was, like, the ultimate exercise. I got so good at that minigame, and after that, I could do anything. This is a bad idea. It's not... Well, okay. Like, there's not even a bonus over here, but... It sucks, man. I'm just... What are you supposed to do? Damage boost through the zingers. What? That was fucking close as hell. Maybe I should just try to get through this level and see if I've gotten anything before I start freaking out too much. Here we go. Dexterity required. I don't even think I have the rest of the letters. What am I doing? I'm just missing bonuses all over the place. Alright. Let's do the Walk of Shame back to Snow Barrel Blast. So I got this one. Are the zingers green here? Maybe bluish, rather. Well, they're yellow normally, and they're green because they're blue, because they're just, like, frozen. That's not all of them, though. I guess it's just the ones that kind of go back and forth like that. I don't know, some of the zingers just look like they're more cold than others. Man, I really do miss speedrunning this, though. Like, I don't trust myself on any of the, like, moves that I didn't press a button there! I'm Johning. I swear to God. I just bumped it with my thumb, I guess. Fat-fingered it. But, I don't trust myself on any of the moves that I only sort of halfway remember. Now that was me. I did do that one. That was all bad timing. So was that. I wish I could just at least know, like, where the bonuses I'm missing are. Like, is it in the first half? Is it in the second half? Is it over there? It's not up there. Should have read the strategy guide in advance before playing it, just like we read the instruction manual in advance. That way I'd know where the bonuses are. Okay, we're not gonna do this again. Was it here? Is it there that I keep messing up? I have a feeling the bonus is some, like, the bullshit, just, like, shooting myself in a random direction type situation. It's not, like, right down there, right? Is there... I feel like there's something down there. I can't really get there now, though. You know, I saw Krusha earlier, and I feel like I noticed that he was by a suspicious area, but maybe I got distracted. I feel like that's one of the ones I did get, though. I got the one at the very beginning. I don't know. I don't remember what the other one I got was. I know I got 2, and I was like, surely that's it. Surely that's all there is in this level. After Orangutan Gang, they were just like, I don't know. Let's put 3 in this level, and they never went to those heights again, but they got a little crazy with it, I guess. They're backloading the bonuses. Yeah, I don't think it's down there, so I'm not gonna jump down there right now. Where's the... There he is. Yeah, did I not do this one? I think I did. Maybe I didn't. I got to halfway, so... Yeah, I did do that one. I'm pretty sure. So that leaves us with... some other one. Somewhere. It's not down there, is it? I don't know. Every time I see, like, a gap... I'm like, that could be the one. I didn't want to come in there, that's for sure. Not only, is this level just tricky, but with, like, the snow kind of messing with your vision. That's hard, man. This level's hard. Especially because I did not take the shortcut this time. So I want to see if I notice anything. Anything sus. Oh! Okay, well, never mind. Once I'm in the final barrel gauntlet, I'm past it. Okay. I appreciate these little hints that don't... You know, you're like Cranky if Cranky was actually useful in this game and had hints for every world instead of... Maybe it is like down here, I don't know. All my lives, they're just losing them. Not because I'm bad, but because I'm throwing them away looking for bonuses. Ah! There's something down there. Hold on. Hold on. Sometimes in life, you just gotta shoot yourself like a crazy direction out of a barrel and just see what happens. Live a little. And die a little. Is this the final barrel? I don't remember, like, where I was exactly a second ago. Okay. There it is. God damn. Alright. Now, we're slip sliding again. I got this one at the beginning. It's gotta be something to do with, like, a barrel that I squandered. Of course, you know, you can only take barrels so far because of all the ropes involved. This one I think I did. Yeah, it's a Nintendo one. We don't like Nintendo here. We only like Rare because their name is shorter. And so it's much less demanding. Okay, another precious barrel child that I will protect. Yeah, well, never mind. I mean, I couldn't have gone any further anyway, so... This has to do with, like, it probably has to do with, like, I don't know, riding a rope up or down somewhere. I don't know, I just wanted to see if anything was down there. Ugh. This guy jumps real high. Okay, but there's nothing I can do up here, really. One almost got me again. It's not like up above one of these zingers. It doesn't really look like I'm supposed to get above them. Well, that's the way am I supposed to go where the necky is, or am I supposed to go over here? Ah, there it is. Alright. Aha! My instincts were correct. Bye. Okay. Now, finally, new content. I like this level because you get espresso. If you know where to find him, of course. This is just like the novelization of Donkey Kong Country, where Espresso is camping in the mountains. But see, this one I don't even know if you can, like, get to with him. Okay, well, we might be leaving our boy behind after all. There's probably a way to get up there. Oh, that one would give me another burb at the end. Oh well. We don't need him. Just do things the hard way. will say there's a bonus in this game that's like so bullshit that I will never... I'm not even talking about the bonus in the bonus. It's a different one. But I'll never forget where it is because it's so bullshit, so I like have to know for sure. I think I might need espresso to get up to that platform up there. So like, you know, it's in Trick Track Trek or the other one's like it, the fuel, whatever, tanked up trouble. One of those. I'll remember it when I get there. I'll know it when I see it, but it was so, like, impossible to know where it is that once you know where it is, you won't forget. Okay, this one should be simple enough to solve, I think. We just need to get back to where... And it should be pretty fast to get through this level. Provided we don't lose the boy here. Well, but wait. I forgot about that guy there. The bonuses didn't want to be found because they wanted you to buy the strategy guide. They wanted literally nobody in the world to figure out what the stupid, like, bonus that I'm talking about, like, where it was until they bought the strategy guide. I mean, I guess if you just fell down every single, like, square inch of gap in this game, you would find all the bonuses eventually. This guy, I don't like. I don't like what he's doing. We're about to have some... The bird is trying to kill my bird. It's one of those, like, flying battles in Pokemon. Now this is also difficult of an espresso situation, but we can do it. Alright. There we go. We made it. Hi, Victor. What's up? Yeah, I know. Oh, I mostly did this without looking, so cool. Okay. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Any cranky gamers in the chat? Cranky boys? Okay. Croctopus Chase. You know what? I love Croctopus Chase. You know why? Because it doesn't have any bonuses in it. I love me... You know what? I even love Poison Pond. When I see Poison Pond, I'm clapping and yelling and cheering because I know that there's no bonuses in it. Shoutouts to Squidge. The Squidge was working as intended, making me, like, go back on myself a little so that the Croctopus could catch me. But I still escaped. This water must be so cold. Okay. Guess, okay. If you, like, stare at the background, just sort of the, like, seabed background back there, while you're playing this, or even just watching it maybe, I don't know. It's kind of like hypnotic. Like, you normally don't pay that much attention to it, but if you just kind of like look at the way it can move sometimes when you're going sideways. I think like On Guard is over there in that little narrow space. kind of useful in this level. Especially for getting through this part. What great and relevant advice does Cranky have for us this time? That's true, we did ignore him in the last level. I think he was over there, I don't remember for sure, but... Y'all come back now here! You know, Cranky's more friendly than I remember in some of these lines. It really kind of gives away that he's actually lonely, and he does like talking to us. I don't know, maybe sometimes they were just bananas that, like, fell off a local tree. I'm sure they didn't take every single banana on the entire island, like, off the trees and stuff, you know? Squawks time! Then we can save. Well, you know, my goal with the Kremling Kronology was to make everyone just stare into the abyss just a little bit more. I gotta do this. See, the thing is, you don't actually have to get squawks here. But, I'm trying to look for bonuses and I don't know the level well enough to find them. I need some light. I need the zapping glow of the CRT to illuminate my face. Hold on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, wait. Clump watch. Look at that. Holy frick. It's a laser light show out here. He's worse than Glimmer, I think. Somehow. Actually, I wonder if something was like on the other side up there. This is a really short level, actually. So if we miss something, hopefully it's not too bad to go back through it. Clump and Crusher were hanging out together in this level, in the dark. I have watched some of it, Jay. Usually ones for things that are more relevant to my interests. I really like the DKC and the DKC2 ones. I fell victim to, slippery controls after swapping to DK. Crusher has such a particularly deep... Oh! I should, like, turn my lights off in the room for the maximum effect here. When I said my lights were flickering earlier, this isn't what I meant, but... Okay, that has to be both of them. You can... I like how you can jump, like, on the tire here just for an advantage on this guy. I'm just gonna let him bite me, though. Alright. I can take the flashing lights warning off. We're getting close. Yeah, bye, Squawks. Okay, I didn't think he went back that far. So just so people know, I know I'm quite a ways from the end of the game, but just for all the people that are gonna fall asleep before I get there, I'm going to continue the chronology next Saturday, hopefully in the afternoon, instead of the evening, so maybe a little bit of different crowd can show up or stay for longer. We will be looking at the official Nintendo strategy guide next week, which I, again, should have looked at before playing this, apparently. And the novelization, which we read earlier in the year, on April Fool's Day, which happened to be the day before Bonanza was revealed, so, you know, it seems like a really long time ago. It's pretty crazy, and I look forward to reading it again. And maybe some other stuff if we have time. I'm not sure how long those two things are gonna take. Considering reading the instruction manual took us plenty of time today. I should have just gone for it. I had no faith in myself, but we're at the end anyway, so it's fine. I feel like the bonuses have just gotten substantially easier to find in the past couple levels. I appreciate that. Level difficulty is not my concern. So these levels that might be a little shorter but harder, but the bonuses are easy to find, I'll take those any day over, like, kind of more leisurely levels, but the bonuses are, like, ridiculous. Is he on 4 now? Yeah. Alright. Yeah, at some point, the instruction manuals will go away, but the games will get longer and more difficult from my perspective. Well, I guess that's not true. Except for Jungle Climber, which is going to be a real struggle, but I mean, we don't have to play Returns or Tropical Freeze in this series, and Bonanza is not hard, so the hardest things for me are going to be Diddy Kong Racing. Even though I'm not even playing as Crunch the whole time, it's still going to be one of the harder ones for me, and Jungle Climber, and whatever I decide to do about, like, Barrel Blast. Oh, we got ads. Alright, break time. The ship's getting pretty close. Probably should have gone to the bathroom on that break, but oh well. I was looking, apparently some of my friends who live in the area did lose power, but I didn't, so, you know, blessed be the night of the Kremling Kronology. It's, you know, I'm too lucky to lose my power on such a fateful night, you know. And yes, we will not be playing DK64 in one sitting. That's gonna be the beautiful thing about it. When we do revisit it for this, we will be talking to the NPCs, we'll be reading the text in that game, we'll be getting wrinkly hints, we're gonna be soaking it all in. So, it's probably honestly gonna take me, if I take it that slow, probably gonna take me like 3 streams or something. But now we get to the factory levels, which I adore, and I just love, I find these to be a lot of the fun. A lot of the fun. They're some of the most fun levels in this game to me. And I generally kind of remember where the bonuses in these are, I think. If I can manage to get to them. God, and just the music is just so fucking good. Okay, this is the one. Are you supposed to get the single banana? Is that what it is? Okay, so it's after Winky. Oh fuck, I fucked it up. Alright, it's okay. We gotta try again though. I'll probably come back through and do it. I'll get through the rest of the level first. I was trying to finagle the tire or whatever. I hope I don't need that. I think it's just to, like, get these letters and stuff and make your life a little easier. God, the music. Ah, I just, like, love the vibes of these levels so much. Now, considering that whole bonus and a bonus situation that I know is back there, I don't even know if there's any more bonuses in this level, but there are. There's like 4 of them. But, again, they're pretty easy to find. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. I think that's happened to me at least once. Like, I don't know, I just kind of like... So in DKC 3, they're almost more like whimsical steampunk factories. And then in DK64, you've got, like, it's a toy factory, which is cool in its own way. It's an interesting concept. But there's something so, like, raw about it just being, it's like straight up, like, oil processing plant or something. It's not producing K-Rool's magical, creepy castle green goop that kills pie all the time. It's just, this is like an oil refinery, basically. It's a little more, like, grounded and realistic, and I like that. Did I skip it? Is it further on? I think it was earlier. I think I missed it. Where is it? Obviously I found it the first time and now I can't remember where it is. Here? Here. There we go. This is like the only bonus in the game you have to succeed at. And by succeed I mean get the single banana. Alright. I'm gonna jump toward the far wall, like this. Alright, we did it. It took me too long to actually fail that one. I was just trying to fail it. Yeah, like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of people tend... This might be the one that has the bullshit... No, not this one. I don't think it's this one. It's probably the next one. We'll see. But I feel like people tend to think of DKC as kind of like reinventing Donkey Kong. Maybe a little too much for some people's tastes. But they, like, actually did go out of their way to include a decent amount of elements from the arcade games, you know? Or at least the first one. I'm actually probably not going to know for sure which level this bonus is in until I get to the end and I realize that I didn't get them all. Ah, well, hold on. Oh, I don't think I can save this. Oh, yes I can! What a gamer! I am the Donkey Kong Country champion. Oh, whoopsies. Okay. Forgot about that one. Someone needs to make like a Kaizo DKC hack where, yeah, this actually is a conveyor belt on this platform. Oh, the jumpy claptrap. Purple claptrap, my beloved. Okay, well, I was actually trying to succeed on that one, and I didn't, so I'll own up to that one. This one puts me back before it, like, resets you back in the level too much. Bye. The big boy. Ah. He was trying to kill Diddy again, like he did before. Well, he didn't really kill Diddy, but he would have that time. Falling from that great of a height. The one that just never comes down, he's smart. He's like, they don't pay me enough. By they, I mean K-Rool. Doesn't pay me enough for this. He doesn't pay me anything. Krusha, however, will come down and get stuck on the end awkwardly and cause problems for me. Alright. There's nothing past... I don't think so. Okay, maybe it is this level. Time to find where this bullshit piece of crap bonus is. It's not back there, is it? Hold on. I don't think there's one back here, but like... No. Okay. Then this is probably the one I'm thinking of, where... I thought I knew where it was, but like, it's in... I'm gonna be falling down some holes here. I don't remember like how far into the level it is. I don't remember if there's also some kind of like giveaway, like a single banana or something, but it's basically just aligned with one of these like vertical sections, and then you just gotta like fall down to the bottom like this. Unless there's just another bonus that I've missed and I'm getting this confused with. It has to be this one though, because the other one doesn't work the same way. The other one is just like, it doesn't go all up and down like this, so I'm pretty sure it has to be this level. Worst bonus in the game. This one I wouldn't blame myself if I were to just look up where it was again, but I guess I will try to. I'll try not to. I think it's on, like, one of the... I gotta, like, keep track of the ones I've actually tried to do it on. I don't think you can see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you can see it. Maybe this one? 'Cause this one's so long. Hold on. Well, okay. So if you do it there, the camera seems to make it... like, that's not the correct one. I do feel like it's before the halfway point. Okay, I think I tried it on this one. It's like the first big one. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's like going down instead of going up. I want to say it's like one of the ones where the thing is going up, but I could be wrong. Still not as bad as Orangutan Gang, maybe. Maybe. It's up for debate. I mean, I think I can agree with that, Traveler. For all the things where, you know, returns, I think people wanted it to be a little more creative. It does do a pretty good job. I especially like the music that is pretty close to the original, but is remixed in some interesting ways without like being too far out there, you know. I really like the Treetop Rock remix in it. Is it here? Is it down here? Ah! I'm too tired for this right now. I agree, except this one bonus that I'm trying to find without looking up again, which is like the worst one in the game because you just basically gotta like fall down somewhere and I don't think it's visible at all. I don't think there's, like I said, I don't think there's really a hint either. Like, they could have put a single banana on that one particular line to be like, oh, this one has something going on, but I don't think they did. Okay, so maybe it is that one. Well, I'm glad you told me before I threw myself down any more holes, so I am missing something easier here. So what could it be? I got that one, for sure. Bruh! It's fine. I had, like, iframes going through the bonus, I mean, the midway barrel. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen. The iframes giveth and they taketh away. You know, I feel like... Okay, wait a second. I think I might know where it is, but I think it's in the first half, maybe, so... We're gonna have to get back there. It's not that one. Big boy. Honestly, they could just recycle some of the models from Bonanza and I wouldn't complain. It'd be cool if they went for like a super stylized look for it. You know, I've heard some people say that like it could be sort of like Mario Wonder-esque, where it's a little bit more, like, artsy with it, but... My dream 2D Donkey Kong game, hear me out, is... You probably can hear Victor in the background. Is, like, a beautifully, like, 2D animated one. You know, like that one Wario game that was on the Wii or whatever, or, you know, I would say Cuphead, but I also don't want it to take, like, 10 years to make or whatever, but because Donkey Kong, since DKC, has always been associated with, like, 3D models and stuff, I think the most interesting thing you could possibly do with it would be to show all these characters in 2D, like, you know, expressive 2D animation and stuff. And the closest we've gotten to that is, like, King of Swing, because it had almost like Superstar Saga quality sprites and then the 2D artwork that came along with it, so. I have seen that Diver Guy, actually. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. Hang on a sec. I think the Jungle Beat statues look really good. You know, I'm not attached to those characters personally, but I think Ninja Kong in particular, he's got some good attitude there. I like his, like, he's ready to square up. I think the pose they gave him is really good, and I don't know, it makes his design a little more charming. I like his sort of little gap-toothed grin that he has. Ghastly King is still, like, just kind of, I don't know. I don't like his design as much as I remember liking it. I remember... Is it not here? It's not here, dude. I'm stuck. I thought that's where it would be. I was like, I know. That's... I used to have, like, some neighbors that would argue all the time when I lived in an apartment complex, and it was always awkward. Okay, so if it's not here, then where could it be? I feel like I remember thinking that the Ghastly King looked kind of cool back when I played Jungle Beat, but then, like, when I look at his design now, I'm like, I don't know, it's not as cool as I remember it being. He looks a little, like, goofy. He maybe a little, like, over-designed. I still like that he has the like, toothy jack-o'-lantern style mouth thing that I love always on characters, but the rest of him is kind of just like... He looks like a Mega Pokemon where they went a little too hard on the design, and they maybe, you know, like one of the Mega Pokemon that I don't like. I might just have to look this one up just because I, you know, for time purposes. Ask Minky. I see. So maybe it's at the end. There's only like one Mankey Kong in this game, or this level. Actually, I think there's two. There's the one that is kind of like up above you, and then there's the one at the end. When I saw you say Ask Mankey for a second, I thought you were... Because we were talking about Pokemon. So I was like, I don't know, what about Mankey? Mankey's okay. When I think of Mankey, the Pokemon, I always think about the ones in Pokemon Snap. That's like the most impact the Mankey's ever had on me. The ones that you have to knock over. Like the one that you knock over and he like hits the switch at the end of the canyon level. I'm calling bullshit. I'm not collecting that G. So yeah, is it... I mean, I don't think it's down there, like, under him, so... I'm gonna guess it is the one at the end of the level, after all. DK could have grabbed that G with his foot. Well... Oh my god! It was down there! I fell off! I thought it might be back there, because it seemed a little suspicious that the Mankey was like... It's like, you can get rid of him and maybe go past him and there might be something back there, but... I didn't see anything, so I was like, I like how the levels that are straightforward with their bonuses, by this game's standards, that still means it's like a bunch of bullshit that you can't see, you just have to like, make a leap of faith for it. I love this game, but like... Looking for the bonuses without any help is not, you know, if you were a little kid, like I once was, and you had nothing better to do but play this game all day for hours, and, you'd find them all eventually just from exploring every inch of the level. But if you're trying to just replay it in one sitting and find all the bonuses, it's like, oh my god, please, please, where is it? I wanna move on. That's why just a casual run of this game, without worrying about the bonuses, is I think what most people prefer, especially because you don't actually get like a reward really for getting the bonuses in this one. I think most people just like to play through it and find bonuses here and there when they do and not worry about it too much otherwise. You know, every time I'm not trying on these balloon ones, I end up... And then I was actually trying there and I fucked it up. Well, Cranky only... Yeah, he only gives advice for the first world. because it's bugged out, and they intended to actually have him give hints for the entire game, but there was some kind of like, I don't know, they didn't catch this till after the game was released, but he only ever repeats things for the first world, and you can actually like data mine the game and find all the rest of the stuff he was supposed to say, but there's like some kind of ROM hack that restores it properly. Who's responsible for putting the bonuses in levels anyway? Like, who's the mastermind of all this? Besides Lanky Kong, apparently. I know I missed the one at the very beginning, so I'll have to go back and get that. There. Oh, I don't think it's... This is actually a pretty short level, all things considered. That was... Is it up there? Hold on. Well, fuck around and find out, I guess. Whoa. Okay. This was another level that I really liked speedrunning. Yo, it's the slag. The slag is here. So, I think, I don't know, one of the bonuses, like, well, the inn is down here. You just want to ride these to the top and the bottom and see how far they take you. Okay, I thought that maybe it was down there and I needed to let this one catch me, so it was coming up, but... That was my fault, sorry. My chair was spinning and it distracted me. Sorry, I'm reading this question from Traveler to give me something to think about while I get through the rest of this level. Yeah, I mean, I think Bashmaster is a great pick for the Snowmads because he's pretty iconic. Although... maybe, like, a more basic minion would be, instead of just another boss. But I don't know which one you would pick, necessarily. That one... Ooh. I would, you know, I would rather have a statue of, like, all of the Tiki instruments together rather than Tiki Tong himself, honestly. I think they're all better and cuter than he is. But... sorry, my brain power is occupied by, like, trying to find bonuses right now. Which... this guy, holy shit. Calm down. Is it down here? Yeah, there we go. See, it's just at the very end. I knew this would pay off eventually. Anyway, when it comes to, like, our fandom hopes and dreams that we've harbored for a long time, like our little sticking points, our little things that we wish for, that we just keep bringing up and repeating, I always wanted the, like, tiki instruments to come back to life and be, like, on the sides of the Kongs, because I think it would be cool if, the Kongs could play them as instruments, and it would give them power. You know, like, before I knew Bonanza forms were gonna be a thing, and, like, the power of music was going to be even more important to the DK series than ever before, I thought it would be cool if, like, you could play them and it would unlock some sort of powers for the Kongs. Alright, so, still missing something here, because of course we are. Wah! I landed on the nut! I used to run any %, which is why I don't know where any of these bonuses are. It was also years ago, it's been a long time since I did it, but really fun times. I do miss it a lot. I don't have the, like, time or energy for speedrunning anymore, but was a really good time in my life. I feel like I learned a lot from it. Had some good times, so, you know. Sometimes you do things in your life and you don't end up, like, pursuing it long term and you feel like, oh, I wasted my time. But sometimes you do things and you're like, yeah, you know, maybe I don't do it anymore, but that was a good use of my time. I prefer to not see Tiki Tong again, ever. I don't think of him, no, I don't think of him as being like a combined form of them all. I think that he just kind of like sacrificed them all for his own power. So if they were to be revived somehow, I think that they would probably want nothing to do with him anymore. And that's why they would be like on the good guy's side. I almost landed on the nut again. I don't know where to start looking for this bonus. Remember when I said, oh, the bonuses are getting easier to find again? Well, I was a fucking idiot. Okay, but I can bail myself out there. You should post it if you have a link to it. I always like to see cool DKC art. I got some back there on my wall. Dang, that sucks. The left-handed thing. Ah! Oh, ooh, haha! Alright, getting out of here. Is it Poison Pond time? I'm going all the way back here. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm gonna save. I can't wait for Poison Pond. I love how there's no bonuses in it. Hell yeah. Never been so excited for this stupid level in my life. Yeah, I mean, I would have preferred, I guess, if they just banded together and formed Tiki Tong as some kind of, like, Voltron, like, instrument combo thing. But, I mean, that doesn't really appear to be what actually happened. I mean, that's the way I would have preferred it played out, but since it didn't... Everybody's favorite enemy in this game, Spiky Tires. Trevor is probably not here anymore. I think he was here earlier, but he's probably asleep, but Trevor, you know, who comes to my stream, one of my best friends that I've known since we were in school together, and we used to play this game in the DKC series together sometimes at his house, and I don't know, we ended up with some like stupid in-jokes about this level, and it just always makes me laugh when I see these dumb tires, because we were doing like a nature documentary thing, like pairing this beautiful music with these like stupid spiky tires and talking about the like tire mating process and stuff. It's always funny to imagine these things are just like some kind of natural occurrence instead of like, I don't know, they're just moving of their own free will. They're not attached to any mechanisms. And they can kill you. If I did that, I would die. Welcome back! I've been struggling with some bonuses, but you know, we're almost at the end. I don't think you're wrong, Traveler. I feel like that one gets used in particular to represent like the Tiki Tech tribe a lot, so pretty much, Kevin. You know, I was in band, and I feel like there were probably some people that could hold their breath just from doing that, from playing instruments. If they were also a speedrunner and could get through these levels really quickly, guaranteed. Maybe at least Coral Capers, because that one's not too long. Maybe not Croctopus Chase, because that's the longest one. But if they were a speedrunner and were in band, they could maybe, like, get through this level while holding their breath the entire time. But also, it probably expends a lot of energy to be, like, speedrunning through a level, so I don't know if that would make it harder. I was in band and I played the saxophone, but my lung capacity still wasn't particularly great just because I'm so small. In before small people can have great lung capacity if you just try hard enough, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking for excuses, but my lung capacity was never that great. Whoa! This is hug the top, right? Hug the top, hug the top. There we go. That's right, that's it. Easy. Hi, Malictory. Yes, I will. That is the next game I'm playing, although it will still be in a few weeks because we got a bunch of other DKC-related stuff to get through. Thanks, Cranky. I'm gonna go back to the first world and use all your advice. Dang, you know what, I'm 4'10", actually, so that explains it. Just that 1 inch of difference makes all the difference. I just can't do it, what can you say? That 1 inch is all lung. This was also one of the trickier ones to find, but now I know it's there, so haha. Okay, I do find, like, I think that the bonuses in this level are, like, pretty easy. I hope so. I knew as soon as I jumped, I was like, that was a terrible jump, what the hell? I love how they're just like so excited. This Crash is just sitting there in their mine carts, and they're just like really they're they just look like they're really excited, even if they're not actually going anywhere. They're just sitting there. Oh, that was almost bad. Alright, look at that. We only have one more world to go. After Blackout Basement, of course. This is almost what happened to me earlier, but it was my destiny to not have the stream be interrupted. I feel like it would have been easier to actually talk about, like, some of the stuff that I wanted to talk about, like, if I wasn't looking for bonuses. I thought that would give us more time to talk, because I would spend a lot more time with the game than just any percenting it, which I would have been done in, like, an hour, even if I wasn't speedrunning. But instead it's just occupying all my brain space. Oh god, that was so loud. Occupying all my brain space, and now I don't have space to talk about anything else. At one point, I had the contrast on my CRT turned up enough that I could see these, like, in the dark. You can still kind of see it. But, you know, that was when I was speedrunning, and then when I actually was just playing more games casually, I turned it back down to a more reasonable thing so it didn't look atrocious on certain other games that I was playing. Okay, one of these has... I feel like one of these has a bonus down there. Yeah, Diver, this is one of my favorites. I was talking about this earlier, but... Oh, something that I did want to do in a future session is just kind of go through the Mario wiki and look at, like, all the official renders they have for all the DKC characters. Because some of them, wow, god. Some of them you just don't see very often, you know? He got me. He got me with the old nips. Pointy, sharp nipples poked me to death. Interesting thing about Clump's design that I always forget about when I draw him, and you may think, Courtney, how many times in your life have you drawn Clump? You'd be surprised, man. You'd be surprised. And I legit, like, you know, there's a lot of characters I can draw from memory, so I don't, like, look up their reference images or anything anymore. But there is something about his design that I always forget, and that I've, like, never included once, I don't think. But he's got, like, a... Because you can't even, like, see it, really, from all angles, but you can see it from some angles. And, you know, like, side views and stuff. But he's got, like, a weird... I don't know what you'd call it, like, a tattoo. I don't know if it's just, like, on his arm. He's got, like... It's kind of similar to the thing he has, the pattern he has on his helmet. But he's got, like, a weird, like, chevron, like, you know, look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. But he's got, like, a weird, here, it's this one. They're sort of like triangles. Not really triangles, but, like, he's got a weird thing down his arm. I don't know if it's a tattoo or not. Because he doesn't have it in the future. Or he doesn't have it when he's canon or whatever. So maybe it's just some kind of weird, like, armor. Really emphasis on the arm there, in the armor. But... Can crocodiles have tattoos? That's a silly question because I know that, like, a lot of the pirate ones have tattoos, so I guess the answer is yes. How do I get a barrel for this? Now, again, I don't know if crocodiles themselves can actually have tattoos, but Kremlings can have tattoos, apparently. The answer is yes on that one, I suppose. I'm excited to revisit Jungle Climber, but I'm also afraid. I'm afeared, because holy fuck, that game is insane. I don't remember a lot about it, except that it's like a fever dream. Like, this is probably the most strange Donkey Kong game there is. DK64 has a lot of weird stuff in it too, it's just that I'm like used to it, because I grew up with it. But it has a lot of objectively weird-ass shit in it, but... They used some imagination for Jungle Climber, that's for sure. I didn't need to go for it there. So I'm assuming we just need to get to the end, where that, like, arrow is pointing into the wall. I just need to find a way to get a barrel over there. So I'm just kind of rushing back to the end here. This isn't... I assume the bonus lets me off there, and maybe that's where I get something? Jungle Climber is, yeah, like, it's probably gonna be the hardest game I play in this whole thing. Like, I could not actually beat that game when I played it for the first time without save states, and I'd like to try and do it without save states now. You know, I've come a long way as a gamer, but it's not gonna be easy, that's for goddamn sure. Can you break the wall with the steel barrel? I thought you could walk. But you couldn't. I mean, I guess that's what I have to try. I have to let this guy kill me so that I don't have to do the whole level again, but... You can? Okay. Yeah, if they did Jungle Climber statues and it was like 2 of them, it'd be Zan and Ab, obviously, but then, like, what would the other... I don't even know what the other thing from that game would be, besides Giant K. Rool. The Giant K. Rool statue to go with the Giant K. Lumsy statue, which will be the finale statue. Yeah, I probably won't, like, 100% Jungle Climber. That just sounds like I'm not gonna be having a good time anymore. In addition to the final boss, the other part of Jungle Climber that I remember being really hard was, there was, like, this level where, like, you were clinging onto this big circle and it was rolling through lava, and I just remember that level being a nightmare for me. Okay, put this down. Deal with these guys. Alright, we did it. Now, the Toy Kremling was... Yeah, I mean, I didn't forget about them. I'm just like... Who would be the most iconic character from Jungle Climber besides Xananab? Would it be, like, the weird toy Kremling? Would it be, like, the Dragon Kremling? I personally think the Dragon Kremling is more interesting. Although he does just kind of look like a long, elongated Spyro. I mean, I'm surprised that anyone grew up with Jungle Climber. That's cool. I mean, that's quite a childhood, considering that most people seem to not acknowledge that those two games and that duology even exist. So hey, cheers to you. I'm cheersing to you with my banana drink. Alright, Boss Dum Drum. Everyone's most iconic Speaking of iconic characters that we need to get a statue of. The question is, do you think he's summoning these Kremlings and Slippas and whatnot from somewhere? He's like summoning them from somewhere else. Or do you think they're all just in there together? All just like rolling around in there. And he's like slamming onto the ground and they're like, ah! That hurts, stop it. Rude. Oh god. There we go. Two clumps just shaking around in there together, their nipples rubbing up on each other. Alright, here's the one. Maybe I will know by sight where this bonus is now that I can be assured that it's in this level. Okay, this one does... Now that I'm here, I'm like, yeah, it does go up and down. Like, I don't know why, for some reason I was just, like, imagining it going straight forward the whole time. I don't know, this is, like, one of my least favorites, so I try not to think about this level too much. Maybe it's this one because it moves so slow, you know? I don't know. I gotta... We'll see. Oh. This is bait. I don't have to get that one. Let it die. This is not a fun one to have to do repeatedly while I try to remember where the bonuses are, frankly. Babysit our little tire buddy. I don't know if we actually need it. I, like, made it get closer to me. Good. Alright, I don't think we actually need it anymore. I keep making it come closer. That's good. How long can we make this tire stay with us? Oh, fuck! Fuck! The tire is messing me up, dude. Alright, we don't need to babysit the tire that long. Courtney and her nipples sounds out of context. You know, they're not my nipples, technically. They're just my favorite nipples, you know? My favorite nipples are the kind that you find inexplicably on a male crocodile man. Really hoping and praying there's like a bonus at the end of this level, because I don't remember, but things aren't looking so good. I think there is, actually. I think there is. Could be wrong, though. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I needed to follow this to its, like, end point. I didn't find anything, man. I didn't find anything. What if we kissed in the boss dum drum? Alright, time to start falling down places. You know, I can't remember if I actually tried to fall down this first place that I'm thinking of or not. There aren't that many of these, like, kind of vertical spots that I know that it's in one of them, so... Did I don't think I did try this. I don't think it's down there. The camera doesn't seem to want to think it's down there. That would slap. Like, any representation from the original DKCs is gonna make me happy. Or DK64. Or really, honestly, like, there aren't many statues they could add. As long as that they were some kind of, like... You know, there just aren't that many statues they could add that, like, wouldn't make me happy. Like, I'm just so... As long as they're, like, characters from past Donkey Kong games, I'm just so desperate for, like, any of them to get acknowledged in the modern era. You got a bonus over there? You got a bonus over there? Is there one over there? I'm going insane. Maybe there was one up there where that platform was. Y'all seen any bonuses around here? Now wait a second, why is that one so high up? I feel like we missed a Winky or something. The first vertical track of the level? Okay. I don't mind being told. So there's probably something else in this part of the level. Maybe. Why did they do that? Why did they just make a... Why did they put the bonus there? Got a little enthusiastic there. You know what? I think if we beat some other levels, it'll reset our save point there. I'll come back to it. Look. I'm not gonna say no to another K. Rool statue, even if it is traumatizing, massive K. Rool from Jungle Climber, the only K. Rool boss fight that has traumatized me. Now, you could say the statue that already exists in the game in the Kremling Courtyard just is that already. Rambi, we might need you. Come back. We just might need you for opening up a bonus. I feel like we haven't seen Rambi in like a goddamn long time, considering he's like one of the iconic buddies of this game. I feel like he just doesn't show up in the mid-game, like, at all. He's in the early parts of it, and then he just kind of pieces out for a bit. There we go. Of course, that barrel was right there. The triple claptrap. Oh yeah, I mean, you know, I think we got enough. We don't even need, we don't, like, it would be cool if we got, like, a Captain K. Rool statue, Baron K. Roolstein statue, like, obviously that would make me really happy. I would be happy about that. But, like, we don't need any more K. Rool statues. We got a lot. I don't even have all of them yet. Getting all the statues, like, in the game, in the DLC, you know, not even counting the events and stuff, it's a long-term endeavor for me. I'm not in any hurry. Gotta stretch out the enjoyments of the Emerald Rush, make it last a long time. Bye, TNT Barrel, fuck you. Is that a bonus? Like, does that count as a bonus? It doesn't even have different music. It's just kind of like a weird little shortcut cave thing. You can just go into it again, which isn't really the case for bonuses normally. I feel like it's just so you can, like, refresh the TNT or something. I don't know. It doesn't feel like a bonus. Oh, I'm stuffed. I feasted. Thanksgiving came real early. It came in, July. Alright, it's time for my last break. This should be the last one unless I run into some real big problems. So, I will be back in a few minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, you know, sometimes I'm self-conscious about using the tea break images when I'm going to the bathroom. I'm like, that's kind of weird, but they're cute, so I like them, and I use them anyway, but maybe I need some more honest BRB pictures where it's just like Lago or something. Just, me sitting on the toilet. Alright, I don't want to go back to... I don't want to go back to tanked up trouble, dude. Okay, it does still start me here, whatever. At least we can find the second one, hopefully. I actually have drawn a picture of K. Rool sitting on the toilet before. I know that sounds like the most unhinged thing in the world, but there's actually a story behind it. It involves a social media friend of mine and something he did at a convention when he was dressed as K. Rool, so... Come on, man! Come the fuck on! Okay. That was so... Like, what the hell? Why did it have to stop? That's the worst place. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna stop, like, right where some fucking bees are. Great. I'm your Uber driver. I'm going to stop in this swarm of bees for a second. Okay. See if we can figure out where this bonus might be. Here at the very end of this fucking level. Like just down there maybe? Or down like where the platform falls. If anyone knows and gives me a little hint so I don't have to do that shit again. Just give it evil. Fall down there like in the big gap there, like the one behind DK. Or in the little gap that he's looking at right now. Maybe... Okay, hold on. Here? We're gonna just like... It doesn't look like there's anything down there, but I mean, it might just be a barrel that you have to fall into precisely. I was hoping if I fell down there I could at least see a platform that I was missing, which has been the case sometimes. I'm gonna... Yeah, there's been like lots of levels that have stuff that end, that was the case with, the other level that was similar to this that has the track, so... Maybe I can fall down, like, where this thing ends, its journey. See what happens there. It's not, like, on one of these platforms, is it? Alright, so yeah, what if I pursue this to its conclusion and fall down? Where is it? I mean, maybe there's only one bonus in this level, and it's the one that is at the beginning, I guess, that I haven't gotten. So maybe I just have to... I figure there's gonna be one at the end, though, you know? But maybe I should just try to beat the level and then start over from the beginning and at least get that one. Becoming a real tanked up trouble champ, though, for having to redo this part so many times. I mean, I haven't even bought it yet, which feels bad, but I don't know, I'm like so conflicted on the whole situation about it. I've had too many other like good things to distract me that have been making me happy that I haven't wanted to like contend with it, you know? But sorry, I'm dying. This level killed me. It finally did it. I'm allergic. I'm allergic to the bees. To the zingers. Real talk, I just like choked on my own spit or something. Hold on, give me a sec. Okay, I got some water. I'm good. Alright. Wait, I might not be good. Hold on, I might need some more water. Did Kevin go to bed? My cranky Kong guide has abandoned me. I'm good. I'm fine. No, I'm fine now. I think. Alright. I'm just gonna get to the end of the level, I think, and then start over from the beginning. I was actually doing a wrinkly impression there for a second because I was fucking dying. God, there it is. It really is the first one. Holy fuck, this level sucks so much. It's like there's just like no indication that there's a barrel there. I thought it was in like a bigger, more significant, like longer vertical track, but I guess not. Yeah, it's just that one. Okay, well, I wasted a bunch of my time, but that's okay. No, it's not okay, man. It's not okay. I will check that out, Traveler. I'm interested. I'll go looking for it after this, if I'm not so tired that I just collapse immediately. So, for the first time in my life, I've been doing shiny hunting in a Pokemon game. And it's because I decided I really wanted a shiny... Well, I really want a shiny Sandile and or Crocorock and or Crocodile, and I kind of want just to have, like, all three of them separately, but I don't know I'm gonna have the patience for that. Because, anyway, I've never done this before, and I think it's pretty boring, but I've been listening to podcasts and stuff while doing it, so... And it's like a good turn my brain off right before bed type of activity. But the funny thing is, I'm doing it in Legends ZA, and I have caught every single other Pokemon that spawns in this area as a shiny before I got the one that I actually want to find that I'm looking for. I feel like there's something down here. Yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We did talk about this when I was doing a Bonanza stream, right? And, okay, well, I'm not gonna get all these Kong letters, who are we kidding? And I said that I liked the idea of the mechanical Crocodile Isle still existing, or them having some kind of other, like, makeshift traveling home like that, like maybe a big airship or something. I don't want Crocodile Isle itself to, like, be revived, or, like, magically brought back or something, because, I don't know, I think part of the reason DKC 2 is so, like, poignant and symbolic for me is, like, it is sad, it is tragic. It was, like, maybe the first, game I ever played where I felt, like, a sense of tragedy and sadness at its ending, instead of it being like, oh, yeah, we saved whoever, like, we saved the world, yay, we won. Instead, it's like, no, well, this island got destroyed, and it's just gone now, and I don't know. I think having that sense of, like, impermanence to its destruction is really important for, you know, the entire series. But if they were to bring it back in some way, it would be kind of interesting if it was, like, extra cursed, and, you know, like, the whole, you bring someone back to life, but they're, like, a zombie, and they came back wrong, and they're just, like, not the same person anymore, and it's like, horror like that, but with the entire island. Like, it was already a kind of a hostile place, but it's, like, even worse now. It's just, like, it's like a terrible, rotten place that K. Rool somehow managed to bring back using some kind of magic that reflects his own soul, so now it's, like, extra, just, like, gross and awful. Like, that would be sad, but that would be an interesting take on it. Everything's just kind of, like, zombified. Looking for what random wall I gotta bonk into to find the bonus here. Okay, that's that one. The hiccups now. I messed myself up somehow. Like, I feel like I was gonna say something else before I started choking and dying. I don't remember what the topic was. Oh, right, I forgot they did that. I forgot the TNT barrels in this game do, like, a time bomb thing. I'm almost certain right there is where I need to go, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get another barrel and take it back there. I needed to take that one TNT barrel. Well, maybe there's one beyond here I can take all the way back. Probably not at this point. I just need to get out of here. Did I beat this level? I feel like I didn't. Yeah, I did. I got here. Okay. I just have to die so I can start at the mid. Yeah, I'll just do the whole thing over. Alright. I mean, I don't know, like, you don't necessarily even need to show where the Kremlings, like, live now. They could all just kind of be, like, scattered for the most part, and they just kind of go wherever K. Rool goes. It's interesting that that didn't do a chain reaction, though. That didn't, like, blow up the TNT barrel right next to it. It'd be kind of sad if there were, like, Kremlings post-Bonanza who, you know, they don't really have a home anymore, like, at all whatsoever. So they even long for the terrible, oppressive, like, nature of being trapped in the center of the earth. Because at least that was, like, a place they could call home, and now they don't really have anywhere at all. I think this is the one that I need to carry with me for a bit. Down here. Yeah. Okay, Loopy Lights. This is, I think, the second to last level, right? We're almost there, we're almost there. This is the conundrum level. There is a bonus in there. Hell yeah. Easy one. Bye. I think it would be neat, you know, like, okay, so we've talked about a lot how Donkey Kong Island in DK64 is just a very, like, simplistic representation of Donkey Kong Island. Like, obviously, there's not a lot going on there. It's best to just think of it like a 3D map screen where you're kind of going to, like, oh yes, this area of Angry Aztec, you know, like, this little temple that you go into vaguely represents, like, this entire ruins area, or this little, cave that you go in for Jungle Japes represents this entire big, like, jungle, you know, like, because Donkey Kong Island in DK64 is, it's home, but it's a very fucking tiny home. So just imagine that the mechanical Crocodile Isle is the same way. Like, it's pretty simplistic, but if you were to be able to explore it in full, it would be, like, a lot more, there would be a lot more going on. And I guess Frantic Factory is also in, it's a little unclear, like, is Frantic Factory in there? Is it, do they have a whole factory, like, inside of that island, in addition to having a death machine in there? Or is it just, like, Frantic Factory is somewhere else and you're just kind of being transported there? This isn't it? I thought for sure that was gonna be one. Oh well. Okay, this barrel has to be something though, right? There, it's gotta be that, right? Oh my god, dude, get out of here. Ow. I hope that's it. I hope that's just it, and then I get to the end of the level. Dude, that was sick. Did you see the way, like, Diddy just slid? That was, like, the coolest bonus exit there is. I didn't mean to cartwheel into that zinger, but okay. The slow-ass barrels. I remember this. It's been a while since I dealt with this particular Manky Kong and his slow-ass barrels. Slow-ass barrels. No conundrum today. Alright, one more level, everybody. One more level of bonuses to find. We're almost free. But yeah, it'd be pretty interesting to explore, like, an entire, like, full island, but it was all mechanical, basically. The Grey Crusher. Is this the only level that has Grey Crusher in it? I think it is. And I do see the bonus over there. I think there's, like, platforms down here. How do you get over there? What the fuck? I don't think Diddy can cartwheel that far. That barrel is such a tease. Like, what am I supposed to do about this? Oh, I remember. Hold on. It's like... No. There's, like, some other platform you ride back there, but I don't remember where it is exactly. What? I got the duh-huh-huh. I forgot. Gotta get him with a barrel. That's the tutorial crusher. He teaches you what's going on. Where's this stupid... Okay, hold on. Maybe it's a little further on. Maybe it is a little further on. Just immediately below the first platform. So, like, you let it go, and then you, like, just jump down here. Yep. It's so... this game! The bonuses are so dumb sometimes. This is some real... You gotta talk to your friends on the playground type shit. You gotta have that youthful knowledge sharing community. Or call the Nintendo hotline. Or buy the strategy guide. I feel like some of the bonuses, you need like the Dark Souls system where you can put a little message there, like right on that platform that says like, try falling, try jumping. Alright, now time to... Is that the only bonus? I don't know. Time to see if I can find another one. Oh, big boy season! What was I doing? What? What the fuck happened? Alright. What happened there? I don't know anything that happened in the past, like, 10 seconds. I feel like you gotta ride one of these down. I don't know. No. Maybe because there's... No, that's gonna kill me. Unless... Unless... Alright. Yeah, I'm definitely more of an... Ow! I can't replicate the... Oh! Good enough at all. That might have been one of the best ones ever done, though. Maybe it's because I, like, fucking was choking earlier for some reason. Now my throat's all messed up. I can actually do it. Oh, I forgot that can happen. The mutual destruction. Yeah, I mean, when I heard that sound effect, for sure, that's when I knew that the rest of the game was going to, like, exceed my expectations, like anything I saw from that point onwards. Because, like, yeah, they know we wanted K. Rool back, and, like, they gave him to us. Like, that much could be known by any outside observer who had just played Smash Ultimate or something. But when you hear that sound, it's like, oh, they get it. Like, they're fans, too, the people making this game. Like, they know what's up. They know how important the noises are. This I don't even think you need, because it's just like a naughty... I guess it can help you with him. I don't know, I feel like that barrel is kind of bait. Now, let's hope there's only one bonus. There wasn't, so we got one more bonus to find in here. I hope it's just one. The last bonus to find in the goddamn game. When I heard that noise, what I did was laugh and put my head down on my desk, because I needed a moment. It's like slow-mo Crusha. Yeah, that... Yeah, it's like, I feel like they, like, restored the sound effect somehow. I don't know how, but, like, they, like, decompressed it. I don't know if they have access to the original files or something. Or if they just, like, use some kind of upscaling. I don't know. These platforms, the platform perils platforms, they look like, chips. I don't know, like sun chips or something. Square ruffles. They got that corrugation just right. If I were a bonus, where would I be hiding? That's an impossible to answer question because the bonuses in this game are... you just can't comprehend them. You can't comprehend the like design process that went into hiding some of these bonuses. It's just like you gotta like, I don't know, maybe Rare left some kind of like ARG on their website telling you how to find some of these bonuses. It's truly a mystery. When we get back to DKC 2, I better remember where the bonuses are, considering I, like, just played it recently. At that point, it will have been, like, a little bit, but still pretty recently. I don't know. I thought, like... okay, so I thought maybe I should fall down there, and then I chickened out, and then I couldn't save myself. Yeah, that would kind of mirror the way it was in, like, Blackout Basement, right? Or whatever level that was. But the question is, which falling platform would it be on? We just don't know. Like down there. Ah! Yeah, like, I don't know. Which one of them would it be? I think it would be cool if, like, the Switch had some kind of streaming integration built into it. Like, I don't think it does, right? I don't know what's all built into Nintendo's social features these days. The dreaded C button that I hit on accident sometimes when I'm trying to hit the home button instead. I try to hit the home button and it's like, oh, will, Victor or Courtney be using the game chat today? I'm like, no, neither of us! Looking around for bonuses. We're almost at the end again. Did I try writing this one down? Ah! They love putting stuff at the end on these mine levels, but not always. But most of the time. Alright, that's probably it, right? And then we're just visit the big bird and the boy. We never did go back to that on guard bonus, because I could have if I wanted to, but I didn't want to. You know, it's good to know some people are using that feature. Alright, let's save. Yeah, it's just, it's... I didn't mean to lick candy, I'm sorry. It's easy to mix up some of these levels, for sure. While you have a chance. Before, K-Rool kills you. Yeah, but what I was gonna say is we're at 100%, we beat the game! We're just done! It's interesting that, like, yeah, if you found all the bonuses, you can just get to 100% before you even beat it. It's like, I'm gonna stop now. Thank you. But, my first streaming experience, like, almost 10 years ago now, was on the Xbox One with the Twitch app that they had built in. So, our Xbox One was pretty new, and just decided to try streaming. Victor encouraged me. He thought I'd have a good time with it, and the first game I ever streamed was Fallout 4. And then I played that for a couple hours, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna play Banjo-Kazooie on Rare Replay instead. So I did. And then I had a good time, and the rest is history. And I didn't really, like, keep track of it. So the only reason that I know that my first ever stream was April 16th, 2016 is because my friend Tay, are you shitting me? Took a screenshot from it, and it was, like, marked to that date. I'm sure I could have, like, looked it up at some point by finding an old post about it or something, but... yeah, I gotta do something big for my 10-year streamiversary. I have no idea what could possibly be good enough. Let's just do a one-sitting DK64 again. You know, if it happens to coincide with when I'm playing DK64 for this project, just do it on my anniversary. I honestly should play Banjo-Kazooie, because that's what I played on the first night. I should try to do a one-sitting Banjo-Kazooie, which I have done before. I should try to do a one-sitting Banjo-Tooie. I don't know if I could do that. Yeah, they just think the final boss of this game is, like, Master Neki Sr. They're like, that's weird. They didn't look at the instruction manual, so they didn't see the mysterious silhouette. Wow, the pirate ship got all the way here. You know, this is supposed to be the Gangplank Galleon, I guess, but it doesn't have as many masts as it, you know, they hadn't refined the model yet, you know. I'm not even talking about how, like, the Gangplank Galleon in DKC2's actual levels has, like, 30 masts or whatever. Like, just on the map screen it at least has 3, and here it only has 1. So maybe he temporarily took some down or something. Alright. Let's do this. Okay, well, wait for the boy and then you can leave. There he is. Okay, you can go now. Bye. Oh, fuck! I was looking at the chat. I gotta do this with Diddy alone now. Dude, I'm gonna get so owned. I'm just doing a challenge mode. That's okay. That was my fault. Alright. Fuck. That's alright. I needed to start over anyway. I was psyched out. I mean, yeah, I could see... I had to let him get a win. He deserves a win, you know? I could see someone hypothetically, logically thinking that the big bird was the final boss of this. They were like, well, it says I got 100%. That must be it. And turn the game off. Anyway, one of the greatest songs in gaming of all time. Also, that intro part was the reason that I first talked to Victor, as you all should know at this point. Anyway, just imagine 5-year-old me being like, I like the funny crocodile man, and the rest is history. You know, for you, Andre, I would do it, but approximately, like, 20 minutes ago, I just started, like, choking out of nowhere. So, like, I should probably go to bed soon. I'm not well. We did it, everybody! Thanks, you know, it's been fun. You know, I'm really excited about this project, and been looking forward to this for a long time. I think the stream has gone super well. You know, I was a little nervous about it because I was putting so much pressure on myself to have a good stream, but I think we had a lot of fun today, and I really love looking at the instruction manual, and holy shit! You know what? He actually kind of got me there, because I forgot what he was gonna do next, so... Now I have to do this with Donkey Kong. They say in the speedrunning community, if you're Donkey, you're dead. Boy, alright. Alright, we did it. Dude, my power flickered again. What if my lights went out like now? You know, I always take it as a well done, Donkey, my boy! Who'd have thought a young whippersnapper like you could have beaten that bunch of no-good Kremlings? Kremlings mention, wow! You've made an old man proud. Go and look in your hoard. I think you'll be in for a surprise. But yeah, I always take it as a compliment when people... Wait, hold on, there's more. What a player you are, Donkey, my lad! You've beaten the Kremlings! And found absolutely everything! You're nearly as good as I used to be! Alright, here's our grand reward for 101%ing this game. So anyway, what I was gonna say is I take it as a compliment when people say they fell asleep to my stream, because I guess my voice is nice enough to fall asleep to, so that makes me feel good. The bad guys. Wait, what happened to the fish in DK's GIF painting? It's gone. They couldn't have that much animation going on at once. It would have been too much for the game to handle, so they had to take the fish out. I like Slippas. I want to see Slippas come back. I sort of feel like Manky Kong came back, because I still am convinced that Grumpy Kong is a Manky Kong. Or at least a Manky Kong affiliate, associate, close relative, so... Shark's my second favorite animal, so, you know, love me some Chomps, Chomps Jr. When I was little, I had a little shark plushie that I got from from Galveston, Texas, because I grew up in Texas, and I named the shark plushie Chomps Jr. because it was really small. I love the jiggle physics on Clump's belly that he almost killed Diddy with. I like that crashes are just critters in a minecart. They get to get a different name. Dividing up Kremlings into subspecies is like half physicality and half just like what role they're doing at a given time. You know, they can have different names just based on their situation being slightly different. Dumb Drum, let's frickin' go! The big boy himself. There he goes. Alright, see you soon. But the next time we see him, he won't be a big boy. He'll be a small boy, because we're playing Donkey Kong Land, and he's pretty little in that game. But we're not going to be playing Donkey Kong Land for a while. So like I was saying earlier, the next stream of this project is going to be next Saturday, so not tomorrow, or today, technically, but a week from then, which would be December 13th, and I again hope to do it in the afternoon instead of the evening, but it kind of depends on if anything comes up for me and Victor. But we will be looking at some supplementary DKC material, so no gameplay at all, just hanging out, looking at stuff like we did with the manual, having fun. Hey, Korokoro. You're here right for the end, but that's okay, because like I said, we'll be doing, more fun stuff next Saturday. I might stream sometime during this coming week, but it won't be related to the Kremling Kronology. I'll be reverting back to my old layout and just doing something for fun. But I don't know, because I actually have friends coming into town next week, so I might be hanging out with people, but I don't always, you know, I won't always, like, get to hang out with them depending on their schedule, so I'll have some time, so, there is, so I Ate Your Pie invented a new version of the rental rando Pokemon Stadium challenge that I really want to try. And I think it would be nice to have a break from all the Donkey Kong stuff by, hey, it's Kay Bayless. He's the one who signed the cartridge that I have that I'm playing right now. But it would be fun to kind of break it up with some Pokemon stuff. But we'll see. That's what I'd like to get to if I get the chance over the next week. But I want to mostly do the installments of this project on the weekend, because I think that is like the greatest chance for people to actually be able to show up and participate and stuff. So for the most part, Kremling Kronology stuff will be on like Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays instead of during the week. And during the week I will do random other fun stuff that I feel like doing. If you got any theories, you can talk about them anytime. I feel like when I'm actually playing a game, it can be a little difficult for me to participate because my brain is on playing the game and in this case trying to find bonuses, but I think it might be easier to just like shoot the shit and like talk about stuff when we're going over like the strategy guide and the novelization and other like comics, other stuff that we're gonna be looking at. So maybe they're just all a bunch of like little Xananabs, just or you know, like the bananas from Returns that are like little, they got like little wings. Maybe they're sapient. So every banana could be alive, yeah, but Donkey Kong eats them anyway. But he's really no better than Tiki Tong or really like maybe, okay, so like maybe the bananas are all sentient and K. Rool was just trying to save them. Did you ever think about that? Yeah. Cause he apparently possibly doesn't even like eating bananas, at least fresh bananas. So he wasn't gonna eat the bananas if they were alive. He'll only eat rotten bananas because he knows that they're already dead. So he waits for the living bananas to die and then he eats their decaying corpses. And he's like, this is nature. This is the way of nature. This is right. Yeah, so actually, Fangamer had this like wireframe rare logo shirt that I think has been out of stock for a long time, but they just restocked it recently for like Christmas shopping purposes, so I bought it for myself, along with like the rare jacket that they have, treating myself a little bit. I also might have bought some other stuff for Victor, don't tell him, okay? Well, I'm not going to tell you what they are, but decided to also treat myself a little bit too. So that might come in actually by the next time that I do one of these, and maybe I can wear it. I don't know when exactly it's gonna get here. Are you done? I'm not spoiling Christmas presents for you in here. Well, I didn't say what it was. Alright. I should probably leave because this has been a 6-hour, you know, it didn't really feel like a 6-hour stream because I was having fun, and you know, it was like 2 hours before we actually got to the game, but I should probably stop because I do have to get up at like a decent hour tomorrow, and I got a busy day ahead of me, so it was we will talk about theories in the future. We got like so much to do, but you know, this was a good refresher and introduction to the original Donkey Kong Country for all of those who haven't actually seen the first game in a while or reminded themselves of how ridiculous the bonuses in this game are. But you have now seen all of Donkey Kong Country, including most of Cranky's dialogue, I guess. I think we got most of it. I guess you didn't see every single, like, inch of every bonus because I kept just bailing out of them, but sorry about it. Anyway, yeah, it's been great. I'm super looking forward to the next session, which is just gonna be, like, crazy times, because I don't even have to worry about playing a video game. I just get to, like, talk to people. And we get to read the fantastic novelization again, which is if you weren't here for the first read of it back in early April, like, you're in for a treat. Like, I'm really excited to get back to that. Spoiler alert for, like, all 3 of the novelizations that exist, which you might think, oh yeah, there's one for Donkey Kong Country 2, and Donkey Kong Country 3. No. There's one for Donkey Kong Country, there's one for Donkey Kong Land, and there's one for Donkey Kong Country 2. And there's not anything else. There's not one for Donkey Kong Land 2 or Donkey Kong 3 or Donkey Kong Land 3. Official novelizations anyway. I'm sure someone's written like a fanfic at some point, but Cranky does love to stick around and be part of these adventures and these novelizations. You know, everybody loves Cranky, and Cranky loved inserting himself into the adventure in these. He is a big part of it, so if you love some Cranky content and some simian sense, then you're in for a treat. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, hope you enjoyed this. I'm, you know, very excited to continue, and today was just like an introduction. Now, if you imagine that you had never, you know, if you're back in the 90s and you didn't know what to expect and you had never heard of this game before, or, you know, maybe you just saw previews for it or advertisements for it or the Nintendo Power preview, whatever, and, you know, now we've experienced it, we know what Donkey Kong Country is all about, and going forward we can continue to ponder it and think about it, you know, to the maximum depths. Speaking of maximum depths, I wonder if the last game I will play for this Kremling Chronology will be Donkey Kong Bonanza or if it will be something else. It all depends on if they add some certain DLC for Mario Kart World or something. Because, okay, so technically Mario Kart World came out first, right? But if they add DLC, I would play it after Bonanza because it got added after Bonanza. But, you know, maybe, yeah, we'll see what happens with the Mario Tennis fever. Maybe they'll have, like, the court with the claptraps on it again. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, by the time I get there, I wonder if Bonanza will still be the last game that I will play or not. We'll see. But, good night, everybody.